Distinguished guests, members of the university leadership, esteemed academics, honored speakers, dear students, good morning and welcome. As scholars and thinkers, we understand that discovery does not begin with certainty. It begins with a question and the courage to pursue it. That is what brings us here together. It's my great pleasure and honor and privilege to welcome you to the University of the Free State and Information Services Honors and Undergraduate Research Conference. This occasion brings together a community of emerging scholars and established academics united by one common purpose: that to advance knowledge, to share ideas, and to inspire intellectual engagement across discipline. We are particularly proud to create a space where student voices are heard, where research is celebrated, and where knowledge becomes a tool for transformation. Behind every presentation today, you will encounter today lies rigorous effort, critical thinking, and a commitment to contributing meaningfully to society. This conference stands as a testament to the strength of our academic community and the promise of our students as future leaders in research. So, distinguished guests, allow me to introduce myself. My name is LISHURC, and I'm privileged to serve as the program director today's conference. In collaboration and helping us will be Ms. Khosi Ngubela later in the day. As program director, it will be my responsibility to guide us through this program, to ensure that our proceedings unfold with professionalism and decorum, and that each presenter is afforded the time and attention they deserve. I will be guiding and chairing the proceedings for the sessions 1 through to 5. Thereafter, the program will be ably continued by Ms. Khosi Ngubela, who will take over as program director after the lunch session. Before we proceed, allow me to highlight some important protocols to ensure the success of today's proceedings. Our facilities, the bathroom facilities, are at the back to my left, and also there's an exit to my right where there are also bathroom facilities. But should you require any assistance during the day, please approach our organizing team, which are stationed at the back and also at the registration desk. I would, however, like to ask, out of respect for our presenters, we kindly request that movement in and out the venue be kept to a minimum while presentations are in progress. If you need to exit or enter, we ask you to do that discreetly as possible between the presentations. We also encourage all attendees, including staff and organizers, to minimize disruption during presentations. Kindly ensure that your phones are on silent. We will also adhere strictly to the allocated time frames in order to maintain the integrity of this program. Questions and discussions will be accommodated during designated question and answer sessions as indicated on the program. And we do appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a respectful and collegial environment throughout the day. With these formalities observed, it now gives me a great pleasure to officially commence the proceedings of the conference. To deliver our official welcome and opening remarks, I respectfully invite the Director of the Library and Information Services, Ms. Jeanette Olopiani, to address us. Thank you. Can we have a hand?
Thank you very much, Mr. Goliath. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
And our students. It is my great pleasure to warmly welcome you all to the LIRST and Faculty Undergraduate Honors Research Conference. Today's gathering is a celebration of intellectual curiosity, academic excellence, innovation, and transformative power of undergraduate and honors research. Research at undergraduate and honors plays a critical role in production of knowledge that addresses societal challenges and contributes meaningfully to the acknowledgement of communities, institutions, and nations. The work presented at this conference reflects the commitment of our students to inquiry, critical thinking, and solution-driven scholarship. It also demonstrates the importance of nurturing emerging researchers who will shape the future academia, industry, and society. This conference is not only a platform for showcasing research excellence, but also a strategic space for engagement, collaboration, and future-focused thinking. Through our planned roundtable discussions, we aim to strengthen interdisciplinary collaboration, expand scholarly communication through podcasts and digital platforms, encourage publication opportunities through transformative agreements that broaden access to knowledge and amplify research visibility. So this one I'm going to explain what is our way forward with regard to what is happening today, the conference. We have planned that after the conference, we are going to invite you academics and the students, vice deans for teaching and learning, where we are going to have a roundtable discussion. And from the roundtable discussion, we are going to identify from the papers that are presented today, areas of interdisciplinary collaboration. And then we are also going to invite our librarians who are going to guide us from these papers that will be presented today. Identify transformative agreement journals where we can publish this research output that is going to emerge from the publication today. So we are going to make a request to you academics and the students so that we take this forward. We have just been presenting papers, loading them on our OFC Scholar and Figshare, and we have seen global interest, with USA really zooming into the research output and downloading the output from the University of the Free State. While the USA, and then we have seen Brazil, the UK, they are really zooming into the research output of the UFS undergraduate research. So it shows the significance and the level that it plays into the global sphere. And it also shows the caliber of our academics, the way in which they do in making sure that they mentor our students into becoming researchers. So we are confident as the library to say we are going to see greater developments coming from this conference. As we move forward in increasing interconnected, knowledge-driven world, collaboration across discipline becomes essential, like I said. Therefore, we see this conference as the beginning of sustained partnership that will inspire innovation, inclusivity, and impactful research dissemination. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all our guests, academics, mentors, and participants for your presence, guidance, and contribution to this important event. A special word of appreciation goes to our students, whose dedication, resilience, and scholarly effort are at the heart of this conference. We acknowledge and thank the library staff for their tireless commitment and invaluable role in preparation and coordination of this conference. Your support continues to strengthen research culture and academic engagement at our university. To the faculty leadership and academic staff, thank you for spearheading this initiative and for continuously encouraging and supporting student participation in research and scholarly activities. Your mentorship and leadership are instrumental in cultivating a vibrant and impactful research community. Like I've already mentioned, that we have seen global interest in the research output of our undergraduate students. As we engage throughout this conference, may we be inspired by new ideas, meaningful dialogue, opportunities for collaboration that will continue beyond today. I have gone through the abstracts that the students have submitted. And I must indicate that those abstracts present breaking through research. They really address societal challenges, and that should never be underestimated. I am not surprised that the global society is zooming into our undergraduate research. So let me rather not take a lot of time, because we really need to be immersed into what our students are going to present today. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, esteemed guests, mentors, students, please feel welcome and thank you.
Can we give Mayor Jeanette another hand? I think it's worth emphasizing our gratitude for our academic and executive leaders here today, from CTL, from the humanities, and the other academics. We really do appreciate it. It makes this event today it's going to be a memorable one. And it will also reflect on the hard work that the different departments and faculties agree to support undergraduate research. We do acknowledge you. I would like to thank Mr. Mopriani for your thoughtful and enriching address. Your words have provided both inspiration and direction this morning, setting the stage for a day of meaningful academic engagement. We sincerely appreciate your leadership and continued support for student research. We now proceed to our first academic session, which will be focusing on the humanities, an area that invites us to reflect deeply on society, culture, and lived experiences. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Kulani, who will be the chair of this session and to guide us through the presentations. And I would like to note that after each session, that the presenters will be recognized with a certificate of presenting. That will not be the final. It's just we'd like to honor you, and we'd like to do that just after the faculty session. And then also noting that we have timekeepers to assist the presenters on guiding them through the process in the specific time that they have. Thank you. Let's welcome Mr. Kulani, Faculty Librarian for Humanities. Can we give him a hand?
Thank you, Mr. Program Director. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kulani Mavuyangwa, Faculty Librarian for Humanities. We have three presenters from the Humanities who will be sharing their work with us today. And all of them are from the Anthropology Department. And I would like to acknowledge their lecturer, Mr. Mutsatebe Serukwan. You can please come this side. So from our presenters, two of them are here, and then the third one is not present, and then we will be playing their pre-recorded video. Without further delay, I would like to invite our first presenter, who will be presenting on the topic, the untold stories of tension between symbolic town names and the embodied realities of exclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. K. Alabaso.
If someone told me years ago that one day I would be in university doing my honors, and not just only that, but performing my first academic research in a conference, I would have told them that it's a lie. Because where I come from, the horizon doesn't extend to this far. The possibilities there are limited to what you can see and not what the world has to give. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to present my research proposal titled The Untold Stories of Tension Between Symbolic Town Names and the Embodied Realities of Exclusion. My name is Kingsley Chidialakbaso, and this study focuses on the city of Welkom within its township called Motsetabong in the Free State province of South Africa. Today, I will discuss the background of my study, the theoretical and methodological foundations, the significance of the research, and how this study will contribute to broader debates on social justice. So to begin, I want us to think critically about cities. Cities are not just physical environments that are built with roads, infrastructure, or big buildings. However, these cities carry our histories, they carry our memories, identity, and create a sense of belonging. This contradiction is what forms the basis of my research. So Welkom is founded in 1947 during the apartheid under the mining economy of the Anglo-American Corporation. Welkom literally means welcome in Afrikaans, which symbolically the name suggests openness, prosperity, hospitality. At the same time, the township called Motsetabong translates to a place of joy. Yet, despite these symbolic meanings of inclusion, harmony, the lived realities of many residents still reflect exclusion, poverty, unemployment, social infrastructural neglect, and social marginalization. So this study argues that these names create a paradox. The city symbolically performs inclusion, but materially and socially reproduces exclusion. Even though apartheid officially ended more than 30 years ago, many of spatial inequalities created then still continue to shape our daily lives. This research therefore asks an important question. How can a city whose identity is built around the idea of welcome, but still continue to produce exclusion for those living in the margin? Sorry for that. So the central problem of this study is the contradiction between the symbolic inclusion and the material and social exclusion experienced by the people. Welkom represents itself as a welcoming and developmental city, yet residents of Motsetabong still continue to experience the spatial inequality. They still have the economic marginalization because the economic hubs are still placed within the cities where they were created. There is still unemployment. There is still infrastructural decay in these townships, and they still experience social exclusion. So with what I'm saying is that the problem is not the physical or economic exclusion only, but it also involves the symbolic and emotional attachment to the city. This creates what I call the embodied or social exclusion experienced by people, where inequality is experienced through the body and everyday survival, through the long walks that the parents and grannies take to the clinics and the children take to the schools in the township, through the long distance traveling that the parents have to take to go to the economic hubs, which in most cases spends more than 30% of their average wage, the poor roads and infrastructure that is there, and the limited recreational and green spaces to ensure that there is sustainability in these communities. So my research gap here, we've realized that there has been extensive literature on mining towns, apartheid spatial planning, the urban inequality of South Africa, but yet there is still limited research attention given to the relationship between the symbolic naming towns and the lived realities. This study therefore contributes to the literature of examining how this symbolic naming, the urban planning that has been studied, the economic histories actually intersect to shape belonging, identity in the everyday lives. So with this study, we aim to understand how people interpret, survive, negotiate, reimagine life within spaces that were historically designed with legacies that have social and symbolic violence. So to do this, we'll firstly examine how apartheid and mining histories continue to structure inequality within Welkom. Secondly, to explore how residents experience the social violence, belonging, and survival in everyday life. Thirdly, to analyze the tension between symbolic inclusion and the material and social exclusion that they face. So just the theories and ground theories for the study will be the Henry Lefebvre's theory that he wrote about in The Production of Space. Lefebvre argues that space is something that is socially produced, space is not neutral, and space is shaped by politics, economics, ideology, and power. But to understand how space is socially produced, he speaks about the spatial thread, which is that space, firstly, space is conceived. It means that space is planned and designed by architects, planners, and the government. And in Welkom, we see how the space was conceived through the apartheid segregation, the mining urban planning of hostels, and the symbolic town name that includes openness but still exclude people. Secondly, he mentions the perceived space, which is the daily routines and practices of the people who live in it. These are the informal economy that people use to survive, the stokvels our parents go to, the loan sharks that help us when banks cannot give us loans, the chisanyamas that has become daily sources of our informal economy, and kawashes that the youth now rely on a daily basis. The long distance that I mentioned, and the negotiation of unemployment and poverty. But he also speaks about the third triad, which is the lived experiences. And everything we do, he means that it is felt. It is embodied, it is emotional, and it is lived. Secondly, I would like to touch on the structural violence that Paul Farmer speaks about. Structural violence refers to the way political, economic, and social systems harm people indirectly. These systems have been seen through the apartheid segregation. These systems have been seen through the mining planning, the urban planning, and these systems still continue to reproduce poverty, unemployment, the spatial inequality, and the lack of recreational parks. But with this structural violence and system placed, it also creates a cultural discontent. This means that the expectations of people or the values of people do not match the lived realities that they have. Although city symbolically seeks the language of inclusion, residents may still feel alienated, not only from the city's economy, but also from the political structures and the symbolic meaning. So this creates the tension between identity, belonging, and recognition. So the methodology that will be used in this study is a qualitative ethnographic research, which will allow us to immerse ourselves with the community so that we can understand their realities within the symbolic tension of town names. So the value of the study is to contribute to the urban planning of anthropology and of space by showing how cities are not only socially produced, but also have symbolic meaning. It contributes to the decolonial scholarship by examining how colonial spatial structures still continue within post-apartheid South Africa. And most importantly, the study contributes to the conversation about social justice and belonging. In conclusion, the study reveals how Welkom embodies a deep contradiction. A city's name who symbolizes welcome, but still produces exclusion. The research therefore reminds us that space is never neutral. Space is built, space is political, space is symbolic, contested, and most importantly, space is lived. As someone raised within these very spaces the study examines, this is not something only academic but also personal, but with the reflexivity needed in the study. It is about asking what it means to belong in a city that symbolically welcomes you, but yet structurally excludes you. Ultimately, the forgotten limb of the city must not only be remembered, but be included in the future imagination of South African urban life. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Can we please give him another round of applause? After the video, I will give you a chance to answer questions, and then thank you again, Mr. Alabaso. Our second presenter will be presenting on the topic reimagining the amphitheaters ruins through South African jazz. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Kane Dula.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know if you can hear, but there's like some music playing in the background. If you can hear it clearly, it's Hugh Masekela's jazz song, but I'll start. That sound isn't just a rhythm, it's an architecture. It is the sound of a steam train that carved lines through South African, carrying migrant labor to build a landscape that wasn't designed for them. When we talk about decolonizing our spaces, our campuses, our cities, and our stages, we have to realize that our ruins still hum with these foundational frequencies. Today we aren't just looking at structural remains. We are listening to how South African jazz reclaims, rewrites, and rebuilds over the concrete of the past. Good morning and welcome. Imagine a space once designed for a vibrant convention of public gatherings that now sits in a state of functional suspension, marked by deteriorating concrete, burnt walls, and a profound stillness. In South Africa, amphitheaters like Soweto's Jabulani were once crucial cultural and political hubs, providing a voice to the voiceless during the apartheid era. Today, many of these sites have fallen into ruin, existing as architectural ghosts. Today, many of these sites show that South Africa had beautiful architecture that was never meant for the Black South Africans. Today, my research investigates how the National Heritage Resources Act 25 of 1999, which mandates the redress of past iniquities and the nurturing of national spirit, can be actively realized through the intangible heritage of South African jazz. Oh, pardon. The central question is, how do we practically transform these sites of colonial exclusion into spaces of democratic healing? My research suggests that by acting upon the static architectural archive with the dynamic jazz repertoire, we can breathe new life into these ruins, moving beyond passive conservation to fulfill our post-apartheid mandate. To understand the transformative potential of this approach, we must first unpack the history of jazz as a global transatlantic dialogue. This genre emerged from a Black Atlantic exchange where South African musicians in the 1940s and 50s, such as the Manhattan Brothers and the Jazz Epistles, looked to urban modernity in the West to defy the tribal identities imposed by the apartheid state. As a soundtrack of liberation, jazz functioned as a subterranean language of the struggle. Because instrumental music cannot be easily redacted or censored, it created a sonic territory that the state could not map. This resistance was further amplified through cultural diplomacy and exile, as figures like Miriam Makeba and Hugh Masekela turned the international jazz into a global political forum, proving that the repertoire of resistance could survive even when the artist was physically removed from the archive of their homeland. Jazz possesses unique features that collapse racial, cultural, and economic boundaries, most notably through the mechanism of call and response. Rooted in African oral traditions, call and response fundamentally challenges the authoritative stage of the amphitheater because the leader is only as effective as the community's reply. It creates a circular rather than a vertical flow of power. Furthermore, collective improvisation serves as the sonic embodiment of Ubuntu. I am because we are. In an improvisational space, musicians must listen more intently than they speak, negotiating a shared social reality in real time. The same goes for the microtonal expression of yearning, pain, and joy. It creates an immediate universal emotional frequency. Within the shared space of performance, the laborer and the intellectual are bound by the same chord, rendering class distinctions. My theoretical framework draws on Henry Lefebvre's representational spaces and Diana Taylor's distinction between the archive and the repertoire. In this context, the amphitheater is the archive, a silent, static structure reflecting the legislative imprint of the Native Land Act and the Group Areas Act. Conversely, South African jazz is the repertoire, an embodied memory lived through performance. During my fieldwork at the Bloemfontein Amphitheater, I conducted an auditory audit and found that there is a communitas deficit. The stiff concentric seating levels were designed to enforce a colonial spectator hierarchy, drawing focus to a singular authoritative stage. This architecture of exclusion creates a gap in shared social sound where the only noise was passing traffic rather than a collective rhythm. However, the performance of jazz acts as a mechanism for symbolically overpowering these legal and material boundaries. Through the principles of improvisation and Ubuntu, the traditional roles of performer and spectator are ripped away. As musicians and listeners exchange eye contact and vocal signals, a sense of equality and solidarity or communitas appears. The amphitheater's current failure lies not in the material decay, but in this deficiency of Ubuntu. It exists in a liminal state betwixt and between a segregated past and a democratic future. Jazz becomes the tool to activate this dead space, transforming it into an immersive experience that fosters community or communal memory. For the Library and Information Services Research Conference, this research offers a new paradigm for heritage management. We must move beyond managing fixed material forms and prioritize preserving living, intangible heritage. Librarians and archivists should reimagine themselves as archivists of the repertoire, capturing the sensory and oral histories of these heritage sites. We must view our heritage sites not as static monuments, but as community incubators that facilitate non-hierarchical improvisational interaction. In concluding my presentation, using the intangible asset of jazz to revitalize the tangible asset of the ruin is a powerful act of emotional restitution, transforming the silence of the archive into the vibrant dialogue of a decolonized future. My recommendations for my research is policy redress and sensuous design for municipalities to treat cultural performances and heritage in spaces that were formerly segregated as a formal act of spatial redress. And for future architectural designs to prioritize acoustic quality and relational humanity over spectacle hierarchy. Unfortunately, my limitations for this research was primarily focused on the Bloemfontein Amphitheatre, as I did not have accessibility to locations such as the Jabulani Amphitheatre in Soweto or the V&A Waterfront in Cape Town. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to play a video prepared by Ms. Constance Mvakwendlu on the topic unearthing Pahameng or Magagenene burial site. Thank you.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
My name is Constance Mvakwendlu and I am currently doing my honors in anthropology. I am honored to be part of this prestigious event, and I am so happy that I couldn't be able to present there physically. However, I am grateful for the opportunity to present online. And today I will be sharing something that's very close to my heart. It is so close so that now in my honors I am continuing with it. In my undergrad, we were tasked to do an ethnographic research on space. Space is not an empty backdrop, it is produced through social practices, and these social practices demand a certain type of physical embodiment. So we were required to physically embody ourselves physically in the space that we were researching. And this embodiment led me to sacred spaces such as burial sites. And given the plethora of burial sites, I situated my research in Pahameng burial site, also known as Magagenene burial site. And here I was looking at the spiritual and the political significance of this burial site. And these significances called for the unearthing of memory in Pahameng. Therefore, I base this presentation on unearthing because there's something that needs to be unearthed at Pahameng, also known as Magagenene burial site. One of those things is the unearthing of memory. The other one is the unearthing of sacredness, and these two can be understood through the context of heritage. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a paper titled Unearthing Pahameng/Magagenene burial site, the reclamation of memory, space, and sacred heritage in South Africa. I will start by defining what a burial site is and its significance. A burial site is a sacred landscape where the living and the departed remain in continuous relationship and not just a place where the dead are buried. They mark who we were, who we are, and who we choose to remember. Nora describes these spaces as sites of memory where material, symbolic, and functional dimensions intersect to anchor collective identity. Above all, burial sites are living spaces that communities actively inherit and maintain. The burial sites are significant because they anchor communities to their histories. Therefore, when the grave is lost, neglected, or destroyed, a story is erased. The names inscribed on tombstones, the layout of burial grounds, the oral histories passed between generations at grave sites constitute a form of archiving that no official document can fully replace. This makes a burial site to also carry a legal, moral, and political weight because they record lineage, they establish belonging, and they assert the right of a person to exist in a particular place. And for us as Black people, burial sites carry an additional and profound weight because in African continent they were one of the few spaces where we as Black people can assert ownership, we can assert dignity and continuity of identity, even in the face of colonial dispossessions, apartheid, and slavery. In African cosmologies, we believe that the dead are not dead. They are active participants in the lives of the living. And Nure further explains this by saying that the dead are not dead but continue to exist in an ancestral realm from which they guide, protect, and sometimes discipline their descendants. And this makes one's forefathers' graves to not only be symbolic but to be a spiritual addresses, points of contact, and places where boundary between the world of the living and the world of the ancestors becomes thin. During apartheid here in South Africa, Black burial grounds were systematically unfunded, displaced, and disregarded, and this was because Black people were removed, were removed forcefully, possibly, and in many cases, their burial sites were left behind, they were built over, or they were forgotten. And this is my favorite part because this is where the work of members on neuropolitics becomes crucial because he argues that the management of who may be buried where and how is an expression of necropolitics, and it is also an expression of the sovereign power to determine whose death matters and whose memory is preserved. Therefore, to destroy or ignore a person's burial site is to tell them that their dead do not matter and that their histories are not worth preserving and that their presence on the land is legitimate. This makes the unearthing of memory and farming not only an academic exercise but also an act of reclamation. Farming/Magagene burial sites stands as a silent archive of South African liberation history, holding the remains of community leaders, freedom fighters, and ordinary citizens who fought for the struggle of freedom. This site holds the graves of Nelson Mandela's 12 disciples. It holds the graves of Memibone Mohlokwa, whose grave was declared a provincial heritage resource, a monument of Mr. Thomas Mapikela. Mr. Thomas Mapikela was buried at Hamilton Cemetery before, and then his remains were exhumed from Hamilton Cemetery, and then they were buried at Palming. And after they exhumed his remains from Hamilton to Palming, the South African Heritage Agency erected a monument on his behalf. Despite its significance, Palming, also known as Magagene burial site, remains neglected, unrecognized, and excluded from official heritage frameworks. Furthermore, there is separation of graves within this burial site. So, when you enter Magagene, you will see on your, when you enter using the main entrance, you will see on your right hand that there are graves which all of them have tombstones, and then on the other side there are graves and all of them don't have tombstones. And when you walk down, and when you walk straight, when you walk straight, you will see that there is a section that is called the Heroes Acre, and this section was secluded by Mr. Alexander Twine in 1983 and called it the Heroes and Heroines Acre. This becomes problematic because here is the picture of the entrance of Magagenene. This spatial landscape in Magagenene becomes problematic because there are some heroes who are not buried at the Heroes and Heroines Acre. For example, the victims of Masaka Masakai are not buried there. Mary Bonne's grave is not there, although she fought for the struggle of self-liberation. Also, she was the co-founder of the ANC Women's League, and that the Heroes and Heroines Acre in Magagenene is preserved for the ANC members. So this is problematic because her grave is not there, even though it is preserved for the ANC members. One of the theoretical frameworks that guided my study was the production of space by Lefebvre. Lefebvre defines space as not just neutral physical dimensions, and he also links space to power and ideology. And the way it is structured often serves the interests of dominant groups or classes, reflecting and reinforcing social hierarchies, and this takes us back to the physical landscape within Magagenene. Therefore, the neglect and invincibility of farming side reflect a broader pattern of historical exclusion and spatial injustice inherited from apartheid. While certain sites of memory such as Avalon is a cemetery in Soweto, and it holds the graves of Walter Sisulu, Joe Slovo, Woodfirst, and then another site of memory is Chepstow Cemetery, which is in Pretoria. And these two received national recognition because Avalon serves as de facto heritage memory, and it is well maintained, it is conserved, it is part of the South African heritage. It is part of the South African heritage. And then we have Magagenene, which is a black burial site. It is marginalized. It is not well taken care of. There is a physical decay in there, and not Magagenene not receiving recognition may lead to the loss of collective memory and the silencing of local histories that shaped the freedom of South Africa. Through working ethnography, through census scholarship, through observations, these are the methods that I used in my research. I found out that people use this site differently, especially school kids and people are working, because they use it as a shortcut to reach to their destinations. And then you have other people who will come to the site to just take care of their loved ones' graves. So each interaction contributes to the site's living identity and illustrates the diverse role of cemeteries, not just as places of mourning, but also as spaces of memorialization. The results shows that Mandela's disciples and ANC members are buried at Paming, and this enhances the political importance of Paming as a burial site. However, the absence of victims of Masakai shows that there is selective memory at play. This aligns with Clifford Geertz's notion of safe description, of how meanings are attached to places of memory. However, we can address this exclusion through the restitution and repatriation policy, which aims to recover and reintegrate neglected stories and human remains into collective memory. This study is expected to contribute to decolonization of heritage practices and advocate for the site for Magegenene as a whole to be formally recognized as a heroes and heroines archive, honoring the lives and struggles of South Africans. Nations, the Free State Provincial Heritage Authority and the Mangaung Municipality should nominate and declare the entire site as a heroes and heroines archive, and also they should nominate for declaration of farming slash Madiganene to be declared as a heritage site in line with Section 36 of the South African Heritage Authority. And then the other recommendations is to repair the structural damages, restore gravestones, and clear the overgrowth and trees and grass to ensure dignity, and to also incorporate the site into school heritage curriculum to educate the youth on community-based memory, and to empower local residents to collaborate with the municipality and heritage organizations to preserve the site. Here are more of the recommendations. And to conclude, Parliament Burial Site is an essential cultural and historical site because it represents the lives and struggles of Black South Africans, and therefore this research has demonstrated its role in preserving memory and identity, emphasizing its potential to be recognized as the heroes and heroines archive and to be declared as a national heritage site. Thank you so much for your time. Here is my list of references. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to open the floor for questions and answers, and I'm only going to take 2 questions because the other presenter is not available to answer any question. And then, so I'm only going to take 2 questions. We can now start if we have any question. Okay.
Thank you so much. I hope comments are also accepted.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask a question. I just want to congratulate our students. Well done. And maybe just to correct the last one, it's Magenge Nene, not Magege Nene. And I thought it was a mistake with the first slide, but I realized that you kept on going. So just for correction. But I also want to say we can all relate. I think people of my age can all relate to these to their presentations. And this reminded me, listening to the songs of Miriam Makeba, where she was saying, Mama, I've been all over trying to find a place for me to stay. But everywhere I looked, there was nobody interested. And then she said, I've got to come back to my homeland and make it a place, a heaven for me on this homeland. So what I like is that I want to say to our students, what have they thought they need to do about these spaces, about these isolated or neglected areas? It's a challenge that we need to take it back to them. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone in the room. Mine is not a lot. I just wanted to say, as someone who lives near Velkom, Velkom is the township where Mr. K is from, right? I know the hardship. Able to recover from that damage caused by the former mayor? Was something done about it?
Um, I don't think there's something that has been done, because even till this day, when you moving from Bloemfontein and you're going to Valcom, the moment you enter, using my embodied census scholarship, like I said, I'm going to use, the moment you enter Valcom, the smell you get from the hostels already tells you that there is still that lack of services. And I think to answer that was what can be done, maybe to work on that, is the theory that I had also presented there by Nancy Fraser, where she speaks about redistribution, recognition, and representation, which I think is something that is really needed to actually work on the tension between the symbolic town names and the exclusion that is felt by the residents.
Thank you very much.
Good. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all well. My question is going to be directed towards Mr. Alagbaso. So I just wrote it down to avoid yipping. Mr. K, I wanted to ask, Uri, what do you think of the weight of impact a township's name has on the mobility and stigmas that exist, especially in integrating in the broader societal and economic community, and the effect this has in how generally Black people are treated in jobs, whether they're applying or in schools? For example, we can use Alexandra or Tembisa, right? The moment you say that you're from those areas, there's a certain stigma that is already attached to you simply from you being from that place, right? So I wanted to ask that, would you say as Black people, though we're still facing exclusion due to the factors that you mentioned in your presentation, do we not realize how deep such exclusion runs, especially when it relates to us subjecting this kind of exclusion to each other? Thank you.
It was very long. Um, can you please just repeat it again? It was, yeah, I lost trail.
Okay, so the stigmas that exist, right, centered on the cities that you come from. The moment you indicate that you're from Alexandria, Tembisa, Soweto, the places where nobody actually wants to reside in, you already get certain treatment, right? So would you say that from the factors that you mentioned in your presentation, us as Black people do not exactly realize how deep the exclusion runs, especially when we subject each other to the same kind of exclusion we're trying to dissenter from?
Thank you for that. So, like I said, the exclusion is mostly felt by the people who live in those places, which is why my research speaks about the embodied realities of them. Because when you're speaking about, I also mentioned things like identity and belonging. From someone from Valcom, when they speak about Valcom, they speak about Valcom as a mining town, but those minings have declined. Does it still have the same identity as it is? But only the people who live there can only realize that the mining town that is being called the Goldfields town is no longer really the Goldfields the same way as it was before. So that's the cultural discontact I was speaking about when I mentioned that there are values or expectations that people have within their town, but the lived realities do not actually relate to that. So when it comes to policies and symbolic name towns, is actually what I'm highlighting, that the policies and symbolic name town are things that produce space or make the illusion of space seem like it's included or there's inclusion. But when you look at the lived realities of those people, how they understand, how they experience and negotiate the long traveling, the recreational activities, like the green parks, which is something that worries me daily, which is why the high crimes, kids are going into drugs, because those recreational activities or green parks are not seen as something that could benefit the children of those townships that are marginalized. So this study actually calls for a more community solution based through their lived experiences. What do they need? What can we offer? If they're crying about the long distances from the economic hub and the townships, then as the government, what measures can we make sure that there's at least transport that could make sure that they do not spend more than 50% of their salary averages? So those are what this study is actually saying, that let people be recognized, let people be represented, let their voice be heard, and the redistribution of let the economic resources be redistributed to make sure that everybody has fair, equal access.
Thank you. Let's give the presenters another hand. Now, this now, as we're unpacking the word space, we're going to need another space to continue with these discussions. Dr. Sebulai, did I say it right this time? Sebulao. I'm practicing that space. Yeah. Colleagues, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kulani, for chairing the session. Note that after our next session, we'll meet at the back and then hand over the certificates. Just for noting, I'd like to also acknowledge the panel here today that is adjudicating the session for all fairness. And then later on, when we do take a break, please go in and take some photos at the booth, the photo booth at the back. Guys, this has been such an engaging session, and it gave us so much to think about. So it was difficult for me to stop proceedings. So I made myself guilty of that. But more importantly, it's going to be more interesting that we were going to have a tea break now. But now the best came now. So we acknowledge Prof. Reddy that's with us now, that will be giving us, that will be addressing us, and also our keynote speaker. So I'm going to ask for your patience, and with the same seriousness that you listen to these presentations, that we honor Prof. Reddy and Prof. Yun for the next few minutes, and then we take the break after that, because I know then you're going to take more time taking photos and so on and being excited, okay? So we now proceed to the segment of the conference. It is a great honor to introduce Prof. Reddy, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation and Postgraduate Studies. Prof. Reddy's leadership within the university and his endorsement of this conference reflect a deep commitment to research excellence and the advancement of student scholarship. We are indeed privileged to have him address us today. Prof. Reddy, I respectfully invite you to deliver your address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. And it's good to get a little bit of the tail end of a discussion, which I think is also very, very good. It's good to see the lecturer here. I think you had a lot of good things to do with this. Fascinating topics and ideas, deeply anthropological, yeah, but also quite sociological and speaks to the realities of our time. So really, thank you. I want to warmly welcome everybody. I know I'm arriving here because there are commitments that started at very early, and so that explains why I'm here, and of course commitments for the rest of the day. But I really want to start out by saying how honored I am to say a few words at the address of this very important initiative by Library and Information Services. It's quite innovative. in its own way, shaped by the library, driven by the library, but certainly working in tandem with all our faculties. And I think that's quite critical. This is a platform that I've been participating in, albeit briefly, for a few years now. This is my third year in this position, which really gives some serious attention to undergraduate studies, but in particular, beyond teaching, the focus on research. There is an assumption that research only starts at the postgraduate level. And I think what our library colleagues, together with faculties, are doing is really to get us, and our students in particular, to understand the value, the meaning of research right at the outset in the formative years of undergraduate studies. So for me, I see this, this initiative as a real platform, an important one at that, for research, innovation, and what we term, not loosely, but intentionally, research excellence. I always believe that research begins early. I was always curious about it as a student, going back in time. You know, when your lecturer gives you an assignment to do. I mean, the real tool beyond the classroom work and the readings is to navigate research, to ask questions. So this is an exercise of how it helps you to think, to question, and I would also say to lead, together with your lecturers who are navigating things for you. In my own research journey, not about where I am today, you always have to remember where you come from, where you start. We all start out in some ways naive about the world, and we develop through knowledge. I believe that progress comes through or from some deep words that I think many of you here will appreciate. It's curiosity, it's persistence, it's dedication, and it's critical engagement. And I see that energy with the kind of questions that are being posed to everybody who's taken so much time and care, all our students, to make their preparations for today. I'm reminded by the words of that very famous scientist you all know, or maybe you don't, then you can Google it, Albert Einstein, who said, "I have no special talent, I'm only passionately curious." And I think curiosity is the foundational element of research, beyond what you are exposed to in your classrooms and lecture theatres. What is very exciting about today's program, clearly, is the recognition of the rich diversity of disciplines across all our 7 faculties. I note that one faculty is not present. But the cognate humanities and social sciences, the cognate sciences in its broader sense, including agricultural sciences and health sciences, are all here. And that is exciting across humanities, which we've just had the privilege of hearing, law, EMS, education, health sciences, and natural sciences. I want to commend you, all the students and the lecturers, for the courage you have presented to share your work. Sharing and defending your ideas is a major milestone in scholarly development. Yeah, I know I've always had students, even at the honors level, when they were subject to seminars, were absolutely terrified. You had to do some therapy with those young students and say, you know, don't worry about these people, including your lecturer. Just overcome that fear. But let me tell you, once you do, because you are the focus, you are, call it, the expert for the 30 minutes, you are sharing with an audience who has no clue, except maybe your lecturers and a few other people. So remember that you possess a power to persuade, to influence, to share your understanding. So, you know, presenting, which I know is one of the key focus or foci of this conference, is really to enable you to be exposed to presentation skills. Not that you aren't, but for a public audience. And to share your ideas, they become accessible to a broader group so people can understand what is your point, what is it that you're trying to get across. So I really want to congratulate you. From my own experience, and I think your own experience here today, you will find no doubt that presenting to a public audience is really about helping you to build confidence, helping you to enable clarity of expression, that you're clear, you have a sense, you own the information, and also your resilience in many ways. Don't be afraid of public speaking and an audience. To our humanities scholars who've just presented, there were three of you. I'm not sure. I heard that one person was not available for questions. Your research in humanities, and I speak across the cognate humanities here, is really, in fact, as fascinating that I could see in the presentations. It's about ensuring, I'm not reducing the humanities to that. So the humanities, to a large extent, in social sciences, ensures that important voices, histories, and realities are not forgotten. In fact, just this last paper kind of reminded us about that. To the law and the economics and management sciences students who are going to present following this, your work in many ways shapes systems, it shapes policies. A policy expert, I see here, Professor Lisa Lewis, and the future of justice and governance, what that means. To our education students who are presenting here, hey, education is the foundation and the basis of everything, right? Research in education transforms how knowledge is taught, how it is learned, and how it is constructed and shared. Very, very important. Prof. Falloon, you and your school, as well as your faculty, the Faculty of Health Sciences, it's not just simply about the doctors and the clinicians who assist us when we fall ill, but your inquiry, all the students in health sciences, is really fundamentally about holding the power to improve well-being and save lives. Saving lives is also about a knowledge project, what you learn through your clinical practice. And then if I turn to our natural and agricultural sciences colleagues and the students from the faculties, you are also foundational to so much that is essential in our society. You're not just simply focused on the deep scientific questions, but the scientists, in many ways, are people who drive another key element of our university, and that is innovation. Innovation begins where curiosity meets disciplined discovery. So scientists are forever actually not taking things on face value, but questioning through curiosity, experimenting with ideas, with testing things in laboratories under microscopes in order to better understand the world. So in essence, what I'm saying is what you're doing as undergraduate students is phenomenal, it's powerful, and it's enabling your life cycle as you, and I would like to see you moving into postgraduate studies. That is my portfolio, and I know that is your life cycle and purpose as well. So, colleagues, your research, whatever you're doing here, might seem to be focused on the undergraduate, but it has implications for further study, and that growth of knowledge, national development, the advancement of our continent, and wherever you might be in your chosen professions. Again, I must acknowledge our library and information services colleagues, Lasha Naika for leading this initiative, Jeanette, our director, or as Professor said from the Cara Institute, we should be calling her the university librarian. I quite like that. So we must go back to the old days. I mean, that description, I think, is really key. So in conclusion, I want to extend my sincere and heartfelt congratulations to you, our students, the library colleagues, obviously, and of course, very importantly, the lecturers who've come here, who've supported you, who've nurtured you, who've made you overcome some of your challenges as you present and your ideas, taking the students on the journey. I really want to sort of say, what a wonderful achievement. All I can say is simply to you, build on your research. Maybe the foundational work of this undergraduate presentations that you are doing here will trigger you or stimulate you to continue with postgraduate studies, and you might ask even deeper questions going forward. And I want to encourage you, and this is a university that encourages, and please speak to your lecturers. When you get into postgraduate studies, get exposed not only to this internal audience of the university, but outside. Go and speak at conferences. Pursue your postgraduate studies. Be curious and continue to refine your questions and deepen your inquiry. This is how knowledge grows. And I think you will leave today experiencing that. If I had to turn to, in conclusion, another very prominent scientist who won the Nobel Prize, I think it's for medicine. She's probably won it twice, Professor Viljoen Marie Curie. I think she won it twice, but I don't know for what, but definitely for health sciences, but there's a particular set of disciplines. And she said, nothing in life is to be feared. Nothing in life is to be feared. It is only to be understood. Think about that. So I see this conference, fantastic initiative, as a launch pad for you, the young ones who are presenting and those who are in the audience, as future scholars, deep thinkers, innovators, and leaders. Your work makes us all proud together with the lecturers that you have joining you. It reflects what I would term promise, purpose, and real impact. And with that, thank you and all the best for the success of the rest of the day.
Can we have another hand for Prof. Freddy? Thank you, Prof. Thank you for the insightful and inspiring address. We greatly appreciate your leadership and your continued support for student research. To clarify, we were going to have the tea break. We're going to have the tea break after the guest speaker. But thank you so much. I think we are re-inspired after Prof. Reddy spoke to us. We've got so much to think about this morning and to achieve. So I'm going to hand over to Anna-Marie, who will introduce Prof. Viljoen. And then after that, we will then have the tea break. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Lee. Good morning, everybody. It is my privilege to introduce to you Prof. Chris Viljoen. He has a very impressive and a very long CV. So hopefully I'm just going to really shortly introduce him. Otherwise, we're going to miss tea time again. So Prof. Viljoen is a full professor in human molecular biology at the School of Biomedical Sciences in the Faculty of Health Sciences. He's also the head of the school. He has an obvious passion for research and has published 45 papers in accredited journals, a peer-reviewed book chapter, 8 popular scientific articles, co-authored a report for the WHO, and so on and so on. So that's quite impressive. So his research focus is on food authenticity diagnostics. What that means is he focuses on the detection of genetically modified food and animal species. That's to say, if you buy a product agriculturally, is it what it says it is? If it says it's corn, is it corn? Is it maybe genetically modified or not? He's also internationally recognized as an expert in this, and he initiated and developed the genetically modified organisms testing facility in the faculty, which is one of 2 laboratories in South Africa that is approved to perform genetically modified status certification. So, Prof, thank you very much. We look forward to listening to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you first of all, to the organizers for inviting me and actually allowing me to actually share some thoughts with you. My thanks also to Anna-Marie for a very kind introduction. I always feel uncomfortable. So when I was asked to speak to a very important group of people who are budding researchers, I thought, what would I tell you? And so I'm going to talk to something quite strange. It's a very brief history of information systems. And as the talk unfolds, you'll see where the talk goes. So if we think about information, we mustn't think about information just in terms of something that remains in place and is passive. We must think about information being active and moving and changing. So if you lived in the 1600s and you wanted information transfer between continents, it would be by sail ship. It would take a few months. If you lived in the 1800s when the steamship was developed, it would take a few weeks. Late 1800s, they developed a telegraph system, which most of you probably aren't even aware existed. And it was revolutionary for the time because you could send very short messages, but that's all you could send. You could say hello and goodbye and one or two things in the middle. Okay? If you lived in the 1900s, when the aeroplanes were developed, there was airmail. But the airmail was in itself not very fast. And you had to physically write a letter and post it. And you had little stickers that you'd put on a stamp to send something airmail that told the post office it shouldn't go by boat. A little bit later in the 1950s, when commercial jets were prominent, sending a letter between continents was faster. By the way, who of you have actually written a letter and posted it? Physically posted a letter, put a stamp on it? With an airmail sticker. Awesome. Awesome. It's a dying art of writing a letter. And by the way, an email is not a letter. Okay. And with the advent of the fax machine, we felt, I'm old enough to remember fax machines. It was quite fast, but it had limitations. You still had to print a document, send it, and then hope it would come, reach the other side, because it was going through cables. And then suddenly, email hit us, the internet hit us, and things changed. Now, I'm not going to tell you about the first internet. I lived through the first internet. It wasn't fun, because it was quite laborious to send things and receive things and find things. But it brings us to a point today where we live in a world where going online, doing a Google search, sending an email, sending a WhatsApp text has become almost instantaneous. Just an observation. It's become so easy to send messages, and yet we seem to be failing in communication, just by the way. So, we're in an era where information exchange has become very easy. So how's this affected knowledge systems? Because at the end of the day, we are here because we are adding to a foundation of knowledge that builds one layer upon the other. Now, if you lived really, really many thousands of years ago, the way that knowledge was captured was on clay tablets or in papyrus scrolls. The problem is that knowledge was only accessible to a very few select people. You had to be in the pinnacle of society to be able to access knowledge. When the printing press made its first presence, it revolutionized bringing knowledge to a greater group of people, but still limited, because you had to have financial means to be able to afford books, which were quite expensive and were not available to everyone. You know why not? Because most people couldn't read. The art of reading was limited to a select few who could actually get an education. Libraries started developing and becoming repositories of information. And I want to emphasize what I've just said now. Libraries were repositories of information. And so in this space, I can remember as a graduate student coming to this floor and finding printed journals and photocopying them and then taking them back to the laboratory and reading them. Paper, that's all you had. How the world has changed. And so what happened was things became electronic. You didn't need to go and look at a card system. You remember those catalog cards? And page through them? Oh, it was terrible. Because you spent hours looking for the one, and if the two cards just stuck together, you missed it. And then you had to go back to the beginning to see if you couldn't find it. I remember those days. But it became electronic. And you could search a database, but you were still limited because your searches were as current as what the database was relevant and updated. It was still challenging. Today, we live in an AI era, and the world has changed dramatically. Libraries are no longer custodians of information. They are custodians of managing responsibly the information that exists. And I'm really proud of our university in terms of, and our library in terms of how they have embraced exactly just this. But I want to now take a bit of a side turn, because we live in an AI age where seemingly knowledge has become very accessible, but it shares its own benefits and challenges. So we all know, if you're not using any form of AI, or you don't think you are totally wrong. If you do a Google search using AI, if you are writing a research paper, or you are preparing, as you have prepared this morning, and I think for the rest of the day, very eloquently, your research, you've used various tools, which is good, because those tools don't take away the importance of your contribution. What they do is help you do things faster and better. And so we must see technology as enabling and not see it as a replacement. I hear this a lot. I'm old, and people say, AI will replace human beings. And I will make an equivocal statement today that will never happen. Do you know why? Because you will always need a person to determine what needs to be done, to be able to critically evaluate and to think and to contribute. Machines will never lead our society, and they can't. So, we're in an AI system. But beware, because the AI systems have their own biases. If you didn't know that, beware. The AI systems are not simply just machines where you push a button and get information. They have filters. And the different AI systems have different types of filters. And if you want to test this, start asking difficult geopolitical questions to these AI systems. I promise you, the bias will become very evident. but they also hallucinate. They've developed the one thing that plagues humankind, psychosis. And they present data as if it is correct, but which it is not. And why do they do this? Because they are programmed to please. They are programmed to serve. Just a side note. You might want to please your supervisor. You might want to please your lecturers. But becoming excellent means you actually want to do something because it's the right thing to do. It's not about pleasing someone. So, just to demonstrate the fallacies or the failings of AI, I asked, and I only have access to the free versions of different number of AI systems. And I asked them the same question. I need to wash my car, but the car wash is only 50 meters away. Should I drive or walk? And you can clearly see the challenge that these systems have. So the one said, well, you know, it's only 50 meters, you should walk. The other one said, well, since you want to wash your car, maybe you should drive. The systems will improve. And tomorrow or the day later, they will not be giving an obvious answer that is flawed. That doesn't mean the answer is not flawed. And that is my caution. We need to be really careful. So, we are in an age of AI. And the advantage of this is AI generates very intelligent responses. But that's its failing. Because if you don't apply the critical thinking, you're not going to be able to dissect the answer in terms of, is it true or is it false? And so there's this very interesting little thing about what we actually think we know. Now, when I was your age, and I'm talking to the majority of the younger colleagues, I thought, as I learned and I grew in my knowledge as a postgrad student, that I knew more and more and got to a pinnacle of knowing everything. And then eventually I got to a point of doing a PhD, and I thought, well, when I've done my PhD, I will probably know as much as there is to know. And I was so disappointed. Because after completing a PhD, I realized I actually know nothing. And after a career of now more than 20 years, I actually know less than nothing. But that is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to explore, to discover, and to investigate. And you should never be afraid to ask the questions that actually no one else is prepared to ask. Ask the questions that everybody else takes for granted, but ask those questions. The problem is there's a difference between what we think we know and what we think we don't know. And then what we don't know, we don't know. And unfortunately, that forms the majority of all the information out there. So, going forward, when we think of these AI systems, keep in mind we have to remember issues of privacy, security, but that is true for every time you use your phone. Every time you go into TikTok, every time you send a tweet or you're on Twitter, it's out there, people. You can't take it back. Be aware. And be aware of what you say, what you do, and how you convey it. Because once it's said, can't be retrieved. The electronic media is unforgiving, even if you've had a slip. So, We can't bury our heads in the sand. We can't roll back the clock. What we need to do is embrace. But we need to embrace responsibly. And that is going to be the biggest challenge for the next generation. You need to responsibly embrace the massive amount of information that's now available and still navigate to take our society forward in terms of the research that's being done. We need to teach as universities our students not to become custodians of knowledge, but to be custodians of managing knowledge responsibly. It's very easy now to get information. It's what you do with that information. So, my take-home message is, you live in a new era, we all do. Don't outsource your thinking to generative AI. Don't give away your power. Take your power back, because in future, it's not going to be AI that actually replaces humans. It's going to be the humans that actually know how to use AI that will replace the people that are like me and my gray hair, that actually need to retire so that the next generation can take the baton of critical engagement, take that forward. Be critical. Provasu referred to this, and I want to emphasize it. The most important quality that you can develop is your critical engagement with everything around you. The more we question our society, our motives, the things we do, the research, what we are taught, the better our society will actually become. And I want to really wish you well, and for all the speakers that I've heard this morning and for the rest of the day, to congratulate you for the courage to stand here. And don't be afraid to fail. Failure is really just a stepping stone. It's identifying that I need to take things forward. And don't be focused on the challenges. Be focused on the solutions. The world is totally uncertain. But here's the thing. The world is full of possibility. Embrace it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks so much, Prof. You gave us so much to think about. Just a small thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Prof. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have some tea in the room right at the opposite side of this venue. Sorry.
Yeah, obviously everybody's thirsty for tea. It's a bit early in the morning for something else. Colleagues, I want to take this opportunity while Prof. Reddy is in our presence to please ask him to honor us by handing over the certificates for the first 3 presenters, please. Lawson, if you can help us. If we can have the certificates. And Lawson, a hand will be appreciated. And then the photographer, are we ready? Where's the photographer? But this is important. Yes, please. Lawson? Okay. So we'd like to hand over to Kingsley Alabwaswa. Kingsley? Okay. Yes, maybe. Congratulations and thank you. We were really hoping for the photographer being around. Is that the iPhone 20 or 30? Okay. Can we now call on Kamugelo? Is that the online? Oh, Kamugelo, Please help Kamogela to come forward. Can we have a photo, Prof? Thank you. Yes, thank you. Then we'll ask Mr. Joe to come and accept on behalf of Constance, please. Thank you very much. I think you guys are really honored to have Prof. Reddy handing over the certificates. Thank you very much. And let's give the humanities another hand. We will now break for tea for 15 minutes. Guys, we'll have to be very, very strict on the time now. Thank you very much, Prof. Reddy. We are honored. We will be back by 11:05, and we will proceed with the program. Thank you. Just a little update regarding the program. As you all noted, we honored our special guest this morning because we were running out of time. And that was a good thing, running out of time, because our presenters were so good, it would have been unfair to stop them with their excitement. And we learned so much. So thank you once again for that team. What we're going to do now, because on the program you will notice at law, we were going to have 3 sessions. However, that's according to the program, there will be only 1 presentation at law. And on session 3, the presenter will be presenting online. But just to regain that excitement and energy that we had this morning, we're going to now, for the guys that never had the opportunity, and even ourselves are going to learn again, we're going to have the Art of Speech team coming to engage with us. And I think then the presenters after that might have an unfair advantage over the first presenters, because they're going to get new skills now. So without any further ado, the Art of Speech team, please join us. They'll be busy for about 10, 15, 20 minutes, the maximum, but please learn, take notes. We won't be having a question and answer for them, okay? They are just gracing us, and thank you on such short notice to come and uplift the people's spirits and come and educate us on speech. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. How is everyone? Sharp, sharp. My name is Dr. Salome. I am from Art of Speech. Our goal here is very simple: to help all of you become more confident and effective communicators. Since our launch in March of last year, through our master classes, we've helped over 500 students become more confident when communicating, whether it's class presentations, whether it's job interviews, whether it's even research proposals. I want to quickly tell you a story. During February of this year, I was invited to an international conference at Stellenbosch called Sweat Africa. You had researchers from all over Africa come to Stellenbosch to speak on their research developments and their recent findings. And many of these were cutting-edge technologies that they have developed to help with Africa with regards to health and science. And one of the women there was an investor in these ideas. Her name was Ms. Yolisa Nalule from Kenya. She works in London, and she's part of a trust called Wellcome Trust. In the last 10 years, the Wellcome Trust has invested over 1.9 billion euros in African science. And she says that the biggest thing impeding many researchers and scientists in Africa is not necessarily intelligence and it's not funding, but it's being able to communicate the value of your findings. The difference between your discovery being stuck in the lab and your discovery being stuck in the lab and being spread throughout Africa is communication. At Art of Speech, we believe that by becoming the master of your tongue, you become the architect of your future. So right now, we're going to have a very interactive and dynamic session. It's not just going to be my team and I speaking, but all of us here are going to, or many of us here are going to participate. So I'm going to quickly call on my colleagues to come forward and start with the icebreaker. If you can please welcome them.
Greetings everyone. My name is Atingos Muferi, and this is my colleague.
Morning, my name is Buki Mekosi Silo.
and we'll be presenting the first icebreaker. So my colleague will just quickly explain the icebreaker, but we just need participants, so get prepared to pick up your hands.
So the game is called Taxi Driver, right? So I'm sure you've all been in a taxi or some kind of public transport. So how it works is we're gonna have one taxi driver, right? Then we're gonna have 3 or 4 passengers who have to explain to the driver where they are going without saying the word of the destination they're going to. So for example, we're gonna demonstrate for you. Let's say I'm now a driver, right? I'm gonna ask him, where are you going?
Gold Reef City.
Joburg.
City of Gold.
Joburg.
Yes. So the point of it is you'll get a city from me, and the taxi will be asking, where are you going? You must describe that city. So any volunteers? Quick. Oh, love that. Yes, 1, 2. Can we have just 3 more, please? 3 more, just put up. 2 more, quickly. Oh, there.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Can you guys come forward, please? Let's clap for them, encourage them, you know what I mean? Let's encourage them. Woo! Okay, so does anyone want to do the taxi driver? Okay. Oh, you want to be? Okay. It's fine.
I'm gonna crash.
Okay. Yes, and you describe.
Can I? Okay. I'm going to a city that has a mountain.
That's fine. I didn't say this one.
She mentioned it about the jazz place. And
Soweto.
Yes.
Okay, where are you going?
Where Nelson Mandela was held.
Robben Island?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi.
I'm good. Okay, I'm going to Durban. Durban. Okay. Where in Durban? So yeah, there's a beach. There's a yes.
Hi, Trevor.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm going to the highest and most protected building in the country. It houses the most protected individual, or the first citizen of the country.
First citizen.
It's the most protected building in the country. It's in Victoria, yeah. I think yeah.
And you got it.
Union building.
Okay. First of all, thank you guys so much for your participation. We'll now move to our next segment called the 3 R's. Thank you.
Greetings everybody, Diguzukile Daki, and today I will be teaching you of concepts. These concepts, if implemented effectively and regularly, can improve your speaking skills and remove anxiety when communicating. These concepts are called the 3 R's. Now, the first R is called reframing fear into excitement. Fear and excitement are physiologically identical. Shaking hands, beating heart, butterflies in your stomach. These happen whether you're thrilled or excited. Thrilled or terrified, rather. The only difference is the meaning you give to them. I need you all to do something for me. Think of a time where you were nervous before speaking. Your hands are shaking. Your heart is beating. Now, think of a time where you were genuinely excited. During a trip, maybe you saw someone that you loved. Or maybe you received good news. Same body, same symptoms. The only difference is the story you tell yourself about them. Sports psychologists treat athletes to replace "I'm scared" with "I'm excited." When we label this feeling as excitement, the brain treats it as a challenge to rise to instead of a threat to escape from. Meaning controls behavior, reframing fear into excitement. Now moving on to the second R. This R is called reading the room. Anxiety grows when we turn our attention inwards. Therefore, it is important that when you're speaking, you shift your focus onto the audience. This is because an external focus gives your attention useful room to grow, or a place to go to, rather. Let me explain. Not if you've understood everything that I've said to you up to this point. I turn my attention towards the audience. When I speak, I watch the audience. Who's nodding? Who's writing down notes? Who may or may not be listening? And this informs me on what to do next. This is reading the room and not your mind. Now, moving on to the third R. This R aligns with the second R, which is reading the room and not your mind. This R is called remaining in the present moment. Now, it is important that when fear comes upon you, or when it tries to overcome you, that your mind does not veer off, but stays focused on the goal. Fear tends to shift your brain from performance mode, or performing mode rather, to a threat detection mode. And this leads you not to speak well, and this is not a good place to be. To explain further, I need you all to do something for me again. Imagine yourself in the Amazon jungle, hungry, starving. So you're in this jungle looking for food. Then suddenly, on your right, you hear a growl. On your left, you hear the bushes rustle. Your brain is no longer focused on the food, but locked onto the threat. The same thing happens during public speaking, when your goal is to deliver a message, but then fear comes knocking. Then you start thinking of things like, what if I stutter? What if I embarrass myself? Or what if I fail? Now your energy is scanning for the danger instead of delivering value. At that point, you'd have switched from a performance mode to survival mode. And that's a worse place to be at. Fortunately, there is a way out of it. And this is called the 5-4-3-2-1 method. And I'm going to tell you how to implement this method when speaking. You identify 5 things that you can see. You identify 4 things that you can feel. The chair on your back, the ground beneath my feet. You identify 3 things that you can hear. You identify 2 things that you can smell. And last but not least, slow down, breathe in, and take in the moment. Reframing fear into excitement, reading the room, and remaining in the present moment. If you implement these skills regularly, your communication skills should improve, and anxiety should slowly but surely start fading away. Thank you very much.
Excellent. So now we're going to move on to our last part. This is the part where a lot of you are going to participate. This is what we call the live rounds. So what we're going to do is we're going to call on a participant, and we're going to give you a scenario. And then we're going to ask you, what would you say in that particular scenario? And because it's unprepared speaking, this is when your speaking habits will show itself. And we're going to identify those speaking habits and provide you with solutions to improve. Oftentimes, the difference between an average speaker and a brilliant speaker isn't a 6-month intensive program. Sometimes it's just 2 to 3 habits that change your credibility as a speaker. Are we all on the same page? Yes. Excellent. Are there any volunteers, or am I choosing? Yes, come forward. Let's give a round. So this is your scenario. You are the CEO of a mining company. One of your mines just collapsed, killing your employees. These are the family members of the people who passed away. In 30 seconds, what are you saying to them? This is your first engagement with them.
Good day, everyone. Okay, so we've received like devastating news that 50 of our members passed on. So
That's okay. Well done. So, just one thing I want to point out. It's something called filler words. Your arms, arms. Let me give you 2 examples. My name is Litlotlo Salome. I'm from Arts of Speech and need to help you become more confident. Here's the second example. My name is Litlotlo. I'm from Arts of Speech and I'm here to help you become more confident. Do you notice the difference between the two? It's the small habits that make a huge difference. So every time you feel that I'm coming up, simply pause. There's nothing more powerful you can say in a speech than pausing. It holds the attention of the room. Excellent. We're going to move on to our next participant. No, it's different scenarios.
Hello, how are you? Okay, so your scenario is you've submitted your research proposal and your supervisor or a senior in your research has said that there are flaws in your research proposal and you should take a completely different direction. How do you back up your research to make sure that you haven't lost the plot and you don't essentially go this way? 30 seconds already.
Okay.
We just spoke about the fillers.
Oh, greetings. I've taken into consideration your feedback incorporated in my research, and I am willing to incorporate that to take a different path in order for me to be able to identify the gaps in my research, and I am willing also to work hand in hand with you in order to look for what's if you are
Just 2 things quickly, right? With the filler words, it is a habit, your arms and hearts. So because it's a habit, it lives in your unconscious mind. So what you want to do is you want to transfer it to your conscious mind. And the way you do that is by repeatedly saying right before going up to speak. Now it's no longer living in your unconscious mind, you moved it to your conscious mind. And then the second thing that she can do to improve, initially when she started, she was standing here. And then slowly she was starting to regress, and she was starting to look down, and her voice became softer and softer. She was speaking to us in a Sunday voice. So what you want to do, number 1, is to take control of the stage. And you do that through your body. Your voice is connected to your body. So oftentimes we think that I'm shy, so now my body is going to show that I'm shy. You saw her shoulder slouch. But what you want to do to move from being shy to being confident is to start with your body language, which is what you can control. You can control how you stand. And in doing so, your body will be like, we are standing confidently. So surely that means we are confident. Now your brain starts to react as well. So it's all about how you stand. Excellent. Okay, moving on to, let's just do 2 more participants. Are there any volunteers? Are there any gents? My brother. So, your scenario, sir. You are a doctor. One of your patients just died. The parents of the patients are accusing you of malpractice. How do you defend your work, but also showing sympathy to the parents of the patient?
Okay. I am sorry for the loss. I think there are ways in which we can address the matter more professionally. I feel insulted to be to actually think that I would intentionally kill a patient or whatever. So I think there are better systems in which we can approach the situation. I was trying my utmost best to try and help the patient, and you can see how.
Sounds like you're a doctor, is it?
Okay, hello. So the one thing we can pick out on him is that the difference between him and all the other speakers is that he also tried to use his body language to portray what he's saying. He tried to use hand gestures. But there are 3 specific hand gestures that you should use. There was a study done in Australia whereby a person was selling a product. He did 3 different hand gestures. One being open palms, one being palms down, and one finger pointing. Palms up, what does it do? It tells the person you're a bit inviting and gives them a sense of security with you. And with your hands down, this is where you're taking a position of authority. This is where you use this in a boardroom. We're losing the plot, can you please stay in line? And then finger pointing, nobody likes that. Because if you're going to use that, people are going to feel threatened. So you should avoid pointing. Also do note that the hand gestures you use relay something very important and assist what you are saying. Let's think about Hitler, for instance. So, think if we all know his hand gesture, right? Imagine if he did this. He completely loses the plot. Now you can't see him as a dictator anymore. So, your hand gestures and what you say should correlate in order to give a more powerful message.
Thank you so much to Mr. Lee and for the library for allowing us to have our moment here. We are called Art of Speech. You can look for us in Instagram for further events where we advertise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's give him another hand. I've learned to speak without a mic this last 20 minutes. Thank you. Let's give them another hand. We are now familiar with the Art of Speech team. Please reach out to them if you need more specialized sessions. Reach out. They will be here during the day and then arrange. So we arrange in different departments, faculties, and so on. And as I said, the attendants now have an unfair advantage over the guys that spoke this morning. Okay. Now I'm even worrying how I'm holding the mic now because I hear you mustn't hold the mic like that. You mustn't, you know, I'm conscious now of how I'm doing things. So without any further ado, colleagues, I need to make a disclaimer. Remember, many of us that are presenting here are already in our honors level. We've completed our degrees and we really want to present. However, because we are employed, it creates a bit of a challenge. So 2 of our presenters, one had to come and present face-to-face and just inform us now she will do it online because she cannot be released from work. The other one is a graduate in law, which she wanted to do it in person, but she's caught up in her responsibilities. She's in court now. Not for being a problem, she's trying to, solve problems. So she will also present online. But let's still keep that energy and listen carefully. And obviously, unfortunately, if the lecturers are here, they can then respond to questions, but they will obviously not be able to respond. So without any further ado, I'm going to call up Mr. Sepoko, who will be chairing the session for the Economic and Management Sciences, and then they will get his student online. Thank you. Let's give Mr. Sepoko a hand.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mulatu Disipoko. I'm representing the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences. The students who are going to present are from Department of Public Administration and Management under the leadership of Dr. Maeve Beljoun. So let me just read their title. It's South African Policy Frameworks Integrating Gender into Land Governance, Approaches and Challenges of the White Paper on Land Reform, 1997. So the team members are Makabe, Masu, Mkosi, Tsozi, and Mutolwana. So the leader will be Mutolwana. Okay, over to you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Sipoko. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Virginie Pondela Motolwana, and today I'll be presenting on behalf of my honors research group our study titled South African Policy Frameworks Integrating Gender into Land Governance, looking at the approaches and challenges of the white paper on land reform. Next slide, please. This presentation will briefly discuss, as you can see on the following 3 slides, please, next slide. And next slide, please. And next slide, please. The background of the research was that despite extensive research on gender integration in land governance in South Africa, there remains a significant gap in understanding the approaches used in formulating gender-sensitive policies and the challenges encountered in their implementation. Next slide, please. Many studies primarily focus on the barriers to women's land ownership rather than the policy approaches and implementation strategies of gender-inclusive land governance policies. Next slide, please. Sorry, please go back. Yes. This study is essential in providing a deeper understanding of the practical approaches used to formulate and implement policies that seek to integrate gender into land governance. Next slide, please. The rationale of the study was to first contribute research to public administration discourse, number 2, add on to the debates on equitable land ownership, and to contribute knowledge that will inform policy interventions. Next slide, please. Moving on to the research problem. In South Africa, a country in the sub-Saharan Africa, several frameworks post-1994, such as the White Paper on Land Reform Program, and the Communal Land Rights Act, seek to promote gender equality in land governance, but significant disparities remain. Next slide, please. This is what is currently happening. There is disparity between policy goals and implementation, lack of political will and dominance of patriarchal norms, and customary practices undermine formal policy frameworks. Next slide, please. What I've just said is currently happening in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo. Next slide, please. This study filled this gap by examining the policy approaches of the white paper on land reform to access how it supports gender equality in land governance. Next slide. Now moving on to the aim of the study. This study aimed to examine the policy approaches of the white paper on land reform to access how it supports gender equality in land governance. Next slide, please. These were our research objectives. Number one, to analyze the formulation and implementation of the white paper on land reform in South Africa. Number two, to identify the key land governance challenges associated with the formulation and implementation of the white paper on land reform in South Africa. And lastly, to recommend policy strategies for enhancing gender integration within land governance by strengthening the white paper on land reform in South Africa. Next slide, please. And these were our research questions. Number one, what policy approaches have been employed in developing and implementing the white paper on land reform to integrate gender into land governance? Our second research question was, what are the key land governance challenges associated with the formulation and implementation of the white paper on land reform in South Africa? And our third research question was, what policy strategies can be adopted to strengthen gender integration into land governance through the enhancement of the white paper on land reform in South Africa? Next, please. Moving on to the significance of the study. The study aimed to contribute to policy frameworks, South African policy frameworks. Next slide, please. And policy approaches and policy challenges. Next slide, please. We used the feminist and the systems theory. Next slide, please. Okay, the relevance of the feminist and systems theory was that the feminist theory encourages the inclusivity of gender into land governance and promotes gender equality. And for the systems theory is that it organizes inquiry into policy formulation and alerts to some important facets of the political process. Next slide, please. And as you can see on the slides, these were the key terms that were used to, these were the key terms which were conceptualized. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay. A link was established between theories and South African policy frameworks integrating gender into land governance. As you can see on the slides, it's further explained. Next slide, please. The approaches for the white paper were the incremental and group theory approach. And we also looked at the other frameworks such as the Communal Land Right Act and the Land Reform Act. And for that, the approaches for that was the elite and group theory, as well as the systems and incremental theory. Next slide, please. As you can see on the slides, these were the challenges identified. More will be said about them in the findings part of the research. Next slide, please. Okay, moving on to the research methodology that was used is that we used the qualitative research approach and we used the case study design using secondary data. Next, please. For data collection, we used the databases and we also used keywords as a search strategy, after which we would evaluate, extract, and categorize and analyze secondary data. Next, please. Moving on to data analysis, we used the thematic analysis by Braun and Clark 2024. Next, please. So for ethical considerations, were also met on the study, as you can see them on the slide, mainly relevance and value, scientific integrity, and a fair balance of risks and benefits. The study also received ethical clearance from the University of the Free State. And next, please. Next slide, please. Moving on to the findings section, these were the three major findings emerged. Next slide, please. Okay, the main findings was regarding the formulation and implementation of the white paper. Under this main finding, we had the issue of policy approaches, The approaches are based on the group-based and incremental policy approach, patriarchal values, and legal pluralism, creating uncertainty and weakening the enforcement of gender equality in land governance. Next slide, please. And just like the policy approaches, there's also a problem in policy alignment on gender integration into land governance. Insufficient policy alignment appeared throughout the literature, leading to scattered efforts and slow progress in achieving gender equality in land reform. Next, please. And lastly, we also found a problem with the implementation challenges where women remain underrepresented in land governance. Next, please. Okay. The second finding was on the key land governance challenges associated with implementation of the white paper on land reform in South Africa. The number one problem was that the social cultural barriers. Customary law frequently takes priority over statutory protections, yet the white paper is silent about addressing this issue. Next, please. Another challenge associated with the implementation of the white paper was data limitations, whereby absence of gender disaggregated data also prevents monitoring in various ways. For example, in Mahikeng, Northwest Province, communal property associations often fail to record gender of beneficiaries, which then undermines transparency. Next, please. And lastly, for this second finding was a problem of institutional weaknesses, whereby enforcement systems allow discriminatory tendencies to be sustained, particularly in areas like Mafikeng and Bulukane, which then undermines transparency. Next, please. And now moving on to our last finding. The third finding was on strategies for enhancing gender integration within land governance to strengthen the white paper on land reform in South Africa. And the first strategy is policy reform, whereby the results indicate that the development of clear guidelines and the mainstreaming of gender considerations into land reform policies could improve the integration of gender into land governance. Next slide, please. The second strategy is monitoring and enforcement, whereby there is no robust monitoring mechanism to track progress and ensure compliance across land governance institutions. And the third strategy is data availability, whereby there is no data on gender regarding who gets what, when, and how about land. Consequently, policymakers cannot monitor records regarding women's access to land governance. Next, please. Okay, and lastly is the representation and participation strategy, where there is a lack of female participation in decision making, limiting their chances to influence decisions that advocate for their rights, and that is happening in the Eastern Cape mostly. And now moving on, please, next slide. Okay, now moving on to our main recommendations, which were regarding number one, policy formulation approaches to policy frameworks integrating gender into land governance. And in detail, as you can see on the slide, the proposed strategy was to clarify gender integration guidelines, harmonize customary and statutory laws, develop detailed policy provisions. Next slide, please. And the second domain was on the implementation of the white paper on land reform in South Africa, and the proposed strategies were to strengthen institutional capacity, enhance disaggregated data, and ensure accurate collection of data on gender integration. Next slide, please. The third domain was on strengthening the white paper on land reform in South Africa, and the proposed strategies was that they should introduce gender-specific land allocation targets, engage traditional leaders, and monitoring and oversight of gender integration in land governance. Next slide, please. Okay, this is what we recommended for future research is in-depth analysis of policy formulation processes in gender integration, exploration of customary law and its interaction with statutory land policies, and lastly, the development of gender disaggregated monitoring system. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Before I open for questions, let me also acknowledge their supervisor, Dr. Redemption Chatanga. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the lesson learned from this presentation, how the study contribute to the achievement of the SDGs. Now we're talking about SDG number 1, SDG number 2, SDG number 5, SDG number 10, SDG number 16. The study also goes further by advancing the development of UFS graduate attributes. We talk about critical thinking, problem solving, communication skills. Pedagogically, the study strengthened interdisciplinary learning. Legal perspective, they were dealing with the legislation. Gender study perspective, also the sociological perspective. Let me give you my closing remarks. Empowering women through land rights is empowering generation towards sustainable development. Now I can open for questions. Are there any questions? There's a question there.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Amanda and I'm a third year law student. So my question was regards to, during the representation, I heard that she mentioned something about customary law. And as we know that one of the reasons why women are not mostly included in matters such as land governance has to do with how customary law moves, or like the rules that regulate customary law, which is most basically on patriarchy, where men are mostly put forward and women then follow. So the argument has obviously been trying to implement the constitutional rights into customary law, where women are being. So what I wanted to say is, so for so long, the approach has been trying to implement constitutional rights into customary law, where women are taken into regard with their rights and are more involved in decision-making matters. So I wanted to know that in as much as that is important, but also reserving the culture, because as we know that the people of South Africa, or like the indigenous people of South Africa, that's what makes them who they are, which is customary law, their values. And my question is, how do we then, in trying to involve women in these things or trying to implement the constitutional rights, how do we do that while preserving customary law? Because in as much as we are moving forward in a more democratic future where everyone is included, but also customary law is there and it makes us who we are. So how do we do that while still preserving the culture of customary law without now changing what customary law is?
Any answer from the floor? Okay, Doctor will assist us here.
Thank you very much. I hope I will. But I'm just thinking that we in all our plans or in all our interventions or research, it's important that we need to collaborate with the indigenous people. And the purpose thereof is so that we don't go there and say, we have better knowledge and your knowledge is old. But to say, we are here, we have these challenges, how do we think? So we are actually bringing them together. We've just been told about the sign of speaking, the hands. We're saying we are opening up for a conversation. What is it that we can do to improve the context that we are in or the situations that we're in, so that we make sure that this, both our knowledge, the modern knowledge and the indigenous knowledge can coexist. And that way you'll find that even the indigenous knowledge are even open to say, we realize that the way we've been doing things might actually be taking us back. Maybe you can share with us what knowledge do you have? How can you help us? That way we respect them. And I'm adding on the R's that were spoken, but the respect is very important when we work with indigenous people. Thank you.
Also, just to add, we need also to document the indigenous knowledge. The last question.
Thank you. So based on the presentation, I noticed that, oh, my name. I'm sorry, thank you. Palesa Mofokeng, I am doing my honors in business management. So I wanted to ask that, I've noticed that based on the presentation, the targeted areas was Polokwane and Mahikeng. So I want to know as to why did the study choose those particular areas and not target areas such as KZN, where culture is still really controlling the way people are behaving and every decision making is based on those cultural practices. Thank you.
Group members, may you please answer the question? Refilwe.
Hello, everyone. My name is Refilwe. What I can say, ma'am, is that according to our findings, that where we found that Mahikeng and Polokwane is the one that is mostly, that we found the findings is more related to our study.
So, meaning Mafikeng and Polokwane, those were their no, I wanted a research word that purposeful sample. Am I correct? Yes. Okay, we can add something now. Okay, thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Tsipoko. Colleagues, we acknowledge that we are a few minutes behind time and everybody's so charged up now, they just want to present. But we have a presenter online that's also pressed for time, the one that's busy with legal proceedings in court. But thank you so much for the in-depth research and the critical perspective that was shared now, and for the questions. But remember, we've got the contact details and persons that were presenting, so we were really welcome to reach out to them after this encounter. Without any further ado, I'm going to call on Ms. Maggie, who will be chairing the law session. And I'm very mindful and thankful for the other academics that are here from the other faculties. I promise that we will do due justice to your presentations. We are 10 or 15 minutes behind. Ms. Maggie? Thank you. Let's give her a hand.
Is it still morning or afternoon? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Maggie Melk Sindwa. I am from Circulation. I'm the Assistant Director for Circulation. I am here to chair the session for law. We received 3 abstracts from the Faculty of Law. And unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, as Lee has said, all 3 of them cannot be here because of their legal practice commitments. However, we do have Erica Manhans online. She will be presenting. The title of her study is Can Safeguards Truly Yield the Truth? Rethinking Forensic Expert Testimony in South Africa's Adversarial Legal System. And the supervisor for this is Supervisor Dr. Jay Fisser. Distinguished guests, please help me kindly welcome Erica Manhans.
Good day, everyone. Am I audible?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So good day, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present my thesis. My name is Erica Manhans, and I will be presenting my thesis under the law faculty supervised by Dr. Fisser. At the heart of this study is the question that is both legal and scientific. When forensic evidence enter the courtroom wearing the language of science, can our legal safeguard truly tell the difference between reliable truth and dangerous error? In the next 10 minutes, I will take you through 5 points of the study, the background, the objective, the methods, the results, and finally the conclusion and why this finding matters. The starting point of the study is simple. Forensic evidence is often treated in court as if it speaks with scientific certainty. When a judge hears DNA evidence, forensic fingerprints, ballistic or chemical analysis, the immediate impression is often that the science is neutral, precise, and conclusive. It appears to offer the court exactly what every criminal trial seeks, namely the truth. But this thesis shows that this confidence is not always deserved. Forensic evidence can fail in different ways. Sometimes the problem is human error, such as contamination, poor laboratory practice, or cognitive bias during testing or interpretation. Sometimes the problem lies in the way results are communicated, where aspects makes claims with level of certainty that the science itself cannot support. And in other cases, the concern is more fundamental. The forensic discipline itself may not be scientifically validated. The thesis refers to examples such as bullet-lead analysis and broad criticism of forensic comparison science, where methods often accepted by courts were later exposed as unreliable or overstated. This matters because the danger is not abstract. The thesis draws on scholars showing that forensic science testing error and misleading forensic testimonies are amongst the leading cause of wrongful conviction. A striking example comes from Sack and Goller, who analyzed 83 DNA cases and found that forensic testing error occurred in 63% of them, while false or misleading forensic testimony appeared in 27%. These figures force us to confront an uncomfortable reality. Forensic science does not always protect the innocent from conviction. In some cases, it helps produce the injustice. This is why the study turns to the safeguards that are supposed to protect the trial process. In South African adversarial legal system, much trust is placed in procedural mechanisms such as admissibility rule, judicial gatekeeping, cross-examination, rebuttal, aspect evidence, and court's final evaluation of weight of the evidence. These safeguards are meant to expose weakness, test reliability, and prevent flaws that are in the forensic evidence itself. Yet the thesis identify a troubling gap between the theory of these safeguards and their performance in practice. Forensic evidence is often too technical for judges and lawyers to evaluate with confidence. In South Africa, aspect evidence is generally admitted if it is relevant, the witness is qualified, and the evidence can assist the court. Reliability is not scanned at the admissibility stage. Instead, it is dealt with later when the court assesses weight to the evidence. The central problem, therefore, is whether these safeguards generally protect against flawed forensic evidence or whether they sometimes create only the appearance of protection while unreliable science still shapes verdicts. Against that background, the study has one main objective: to examine how effective South Africa's adversarial safeguards really are in reducing the risk created by forensic evidence. More specifically, it asks whether the current procedural protection can identify, filter, and neutralize unreliable or biased forensic expert testimony before it contributes to wrongful conviction. To answer the question, the research focuses on 4 central safeguards: the admissibility criteria, the rules, the admissibility criteria, the rules of evidence, cross-examination, rebuttal aspect evidence, and judicial evaluation of evidence. Weight at the end of the trial. It also sought to expose where those mechanisms fall short, especially in situations where legal actors lacked scientific literacy and where forensic disciplines are treated as more certain than they truly are. The study also has a comparison dimension. It uses the United States as an important point of reference because although it shares an adversarial legal tradition with South Africa, it has developed more structured admissibility standards through the FRAIN and the Dubart framework. By comparing the two systems, the research aimed to identify what South Africa might learn from the jurisdiction in the USA. So the first major my first major finding is that South Africa's admissibility framework from aspect evidence is too permissive. Aspect evidence is generally admitted if it is relevant, if the witness is qualified, and if the opinion can assist the court. Reliability is not treated as a strict threshold requirement. Instead, it is pushed forward to the later stage where the presiding officer decides what weight to attach to the evidence. The difficulty with this approach is obvious. Once unreliable forensic evidence has entered the trial, it may already have shaped the narrative of guilt before its weakness are fully appreciated. The second major finding emerged from the comparison with the United States. Under Dubert, judges are expected to examine reliability before evidence reaches the fact finders. The Dubart factors consider whether the method has been tested, pre-reviewed, associated with the known error rate governed by standard and generally accepted in the scientific community, which offers a more structured way of screening unreliable science. Conceptually, this is stronger than South Africa's approach, but the thesis also shows that strong framework on paper does not automatically guarantee strong protection. The third major finding is that cross-examination, despite its celebrated status, is in the adversarial justice is often not strong enough to expose the flaw in forensic testimony. In theory, cross-examination should test the reliability of expert evidence. In practice, however, its success depends on the skill, the resources of the counsels, the reliance and the persuasiveness of expert witnesses, and the court's ability to understand the significance of what is being challenged. When the science is complex, cross-examination can become less a search for methodology truth and more for context of language, confidence, and courtroom performance. The thesis therefore found that courts may place too much weight on how an aspect appears, how confident they speak, how polished they sound, and how impressive their credential seems, while giving too little attention to whether the underlying science is actually valid. This is especially dangerous because scientific truth should never depend on demeanor. At the same time, lawyers and judges are not usually trained in statistics, scientific methodology, or research designs, which means that unreliable or overstated forensic claims can survive the true trial largely unchallenged. The fourth major finding concerns rebuttal aspect evidence. On paper, the defense should be able to call its own aspects and expect and create a level playing field. In reality, that safeguard is often undermined by structural inequality. The prosecution usually gain earlier access to forensic material and benefits from institutional support through the police and the state forensic services. The defense, by contrast, often receive access much later and may struggle to identify, brief, and find independent aspects in time. So although the safeguards exist formally, it frequently fails in practical terms. Taken together, these findings show that South African adversarial safeguards are important but not sufficient in their current form to protect. My slides don't, okay, they are now going through. Weird. But not sufficient in their current form to protect against flawed forensic evidence. Admissibility rules do not focus enough on reliability. Cross-examination often cannot uncover deep methodological problem. Rebuttal aspect is not equally accessible, and judges may be expected to assess scientific validity without the training needed to do so effectively. In short, the system relies heavily on safeguards whose success is often assumed rather than proven. In conclusion, safeguards do not produce truth simply because they exist. They produce Safeguards do not produce truth simply because they exist. The presence of cross-examination, expert testimony, judicial evaluation does not guarantee that flawed forensic evidence will be detected or neutralized. When the science is uncertain, when legal actors lack scientific literacy, and when procedural inequality exists between the state and the defense, these safeguards may fail precisely in the case where they are needed most. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Erica, for that insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, because we are behind schedule, I'm just going to open the floor for just one question. Is there any questions? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Erica. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie, and thank you to our presenter. These reflections underscore the importance of legal scholarship in shaping a just and equitable society. Now, I know there was a law student here earlier on that indicated they're studying law, and I'm sure they must be burning to ask questions. But I'm sure the lecturer will provide the contact details of our presenter, and all the best with your proceedings currently in court, our presenter. Without any further ado, I was sitting there and now feeling some pressure because we're running late. But on the other hand, I said to myself, but that means this conference is very effective, because I've never seen a conference on time. But anyway, it's not an excuse, but thank you for the colleagues, and thank you, Prof. Straydon, for joining us once again. I have to acknowledge you. We really feel, we appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. And then I'm going to hand over to Ms. Ronette Frey. She's going to sing an item for us now. Now.
Not now, afterwards. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Renette Frey, and I am the librarian for the Faculty of Education. And I am somehow going to move forward. Our first participant, presenter, is Zandile Rakudu, and she is going to give her presentation on transforming the teaching and learning of academic advising professional development, a case study. Thank you, Zandile.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As already mentioned, my name is Zandile Rakudu, and the study, if I can just please have my slides. Okay, it's only here, all right. You can just, can I have the keyboard actually? I think it'll be easier. Thank you so much. I have some notes here on my notebook, so if you see me looking here, that's what I'm doing. All right, so I'll be presenting on the transforming the teaching and learning of academic advising professional development, AAPD 1520S, a case study. All right, this is just the overview of what my presentation will be, the background, problem statement, research questions, objectives, methodology, qualitative, okay, thank you. The methodology, literature review, findings and guidelines, conclusions and recommendations. And to provide context on what my research is, we'll start with the background. What is AAPD 1502S? So it is an SLP or short learning program for academic advisors across South African higher education institutions. And it was developed in 2018 here at the University of the Free State. So it is the only program that trains academic advisors all over South Africa. It is an SLP that trains and informs academic advisors in South Africa, equipping and empowering them with the theoretical knowledge of where advising comes from, and therefore giving them the empowerment of how they can then execute their work with advising or their practice advising the students. It covers 5 components, which is the conceptual, relational, informational, technological, and personal components of the advising, and it is delivered over 4 days, which leads to a level 5 academic advising certification. It is the only certification we have for academic advisors in South Africa. Right, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. All right, so in the years that I have been involved in the program, both as the administrative coordinator and a facilitator, there has been a recurring, through the feedback surveys, there's been a recurring issue that is consistently cited, that the content is a bit dense and challenging to understand over a period of 4 days. And therefore, the participants have always asked, can we please make it longer instead of just 4 days? Where we have the 5 units that are presented in the 4 days, where one each day, and then on the last day, there's 2 units that are presented. So of course, that does give more information at a speedily rate, which yes, it does make sense then therefore for it to be a bit more dense. Participants struggle to deeply engage with the content and the material, which we also want to make sure that the quality of the certified advisors are not compromised with, rather that it will be compromised without intervention. And though we see distinctions in the portfolios, the question that lies is whether or not the advisor has fully grasped the concept of advising remains unanswered. And that is why this study is here. The research questions, we looked at how can academic advisors training be more innovative in terms of teaching and learning practices? What literature perspective exists on effective teaching and learning practices for academic advising? How can academic advisor training be more innovative in terms of teaching and learning, and what guidelines can be proposed to academic advisor training for teaching and learning practices. So the main thing here is the teaching and learning practice to be bettered and not necessarily the program itself. So the research methodology looked at, these are the paradigm, the approach, design, data collection, data analysis, and of course the trustworthiness of it. The study used a pragmatic paradigm that was the best fit for the study because we were looking for what actually works. How can we change the teaching of the program in order for the learning to be effective for the advisors, therefore for the students in each of the institutions in South Africa. The approach was qualitative, which looked at or rather my research followed a qualitative approach as it was relevant in that the study sought to find alternative and innovative interventions for the problem that was previously stated. The design is through a descriptive case study that details scrutiny of the AAPD module and its teaching and learning practices. The data collection looked at it was a document analysis that looked at the manual, the teaching and learning strategy of UFS 2025, and then the UFS SLP provisioning policy. The data analysis was the qualitative content analysis comparing current teaching and learning practices against the institutional document. And then lastly, the trustworthiness, which was, of course, the sources being referenced and the ethics clearance that we received. Now going into the literature review, which will be a bit more information. Academic advising is an ever-growing profession, both nationally and globally. And as it is a growing profession in South Africa, there has been, the study looked at the literature from 3 different perspectives. The relevance of academic advising in South Africa, the professionalizing of advising in higher education institutions, and also the teaching and learning approaches for trainings in South Africa for academic advisors. When it comes to the relevance of academic advising, we looked at advising being central to student success and persistence in any institution in South Africa. The exponential global growth professional growth required the professionalization of advising, which made it very imperative. Advising equips students with lifelong skills beyond graduation. So advising does not only end at registration, but it continues through the journey of the student. So ensuring that a student are equipped with the success strategies that they need for them to graduate. And then lastly, advisors' identity as professions is still evolving. Advising, as I've mentioned, is cited as being central to student success and the lowering of the dropout rates of first-time entering students in higher education institutions. This requires various components to one's growth within the profession, which then includes the training. And that is how it is helping then the advisors to continuously identify themselves in the professional as it evolves. The professionalizing of advising in higher education advising is a critical part of student success, as already mentioned by Bilkis and Shalan, and it requires accurate, and it needs to be delivered in such a way that gives advisors, that gives information to the students that is accurate, and it needs to be in such a way that the advisors are effective in their advising. And for that to happen, you are required then to have the training. But without the training, you are unable to, unfortunately, give that out. And so that is what the AAPD is for. And the ongoing training then is essential for new and seasoned advisors. And then the training and learning approaches looked at adult learning. So we looked at the pedagogical and andragogical approaches that needed to be blended then. And then we looked at the collaborative approach that facilitates also practicing advisors. And then constructivist theory was then used because it looks at the prior experience of the advisor and then facilitates them in how they learn the new information they're getting from the program. And then the design thinking, looking at problem solving and the multi-stakeholder innovation. Okay, this is an example of how the document was analyzed. So we had the table set out like that with the learning outcomes, the activities and the assessments of the manual, the program, and then we had the teaching and learning strategy, the assessment strategy, and also the design and development of the content. And then through there, we are then able to say, okay, yes, the manual has this. Yes, the manual does have the teaching strategy. It has the assessment strategy, etc., etc. The document. So what we found, what the study found, is that the current teaching and learning strategy is compliant with the UFS learning strategy of 2025, as it is learner-centered, and we use a U-shaped classroom approach, and it has an inclusive environment. The AAPD content and activities align with the SLP provision policy, which is active participation, real life relevance. So there's a board game that we have called the Finish Line. And what that does is it takes real life student problems and turns them into this board game so that the advisors in the room are able to then experience not only from a perspective of a student, but also from a perspective of a decision maker. And then lastly, the assessment strategy, the portfolio of evidence that they have to do, validates the SLP provisioning policy summative assessment, which is what is required. And what it doesn't have, unfortunately, is the dense content of Unit 1 and 2 is not yet addressed in a flipped classroom approach that would actually help. And that is what the recommendations have, that we preload the dense information, the Units 1 and 2, onto via feedback fruits where students are able to then interact with the content before they come into the classroom, that when they come into the classroom, they already have that engagement with it, which will then help with deepening that engagement. For the facilitators, the curriculum renewal, which is the CRP, where they are able to then go in the program to see and find ways to design innovative and blended learning strategies, not changing the program, but changing the way that they teach. And then the technology integration, which is already something that we are doing, but of course we are with the Blackboard dedicated assessment platforms, which is what we are using. And the pedagogy of care, where we have different people from different backgrounds coming together and allowing for that peer benchmarking opportunity within each and every institution. And the limitations, looking at that the sample was only 3 documents, but it is what is relevant. Thank you. The desktop study required empirical testing in the future, single constitution, but it is also because UFS is the one that has the program, so it runs through that. And the value of the study overall, in my closing, is that the AAPD, it ensures continued high standards in academic advising professionalization, and it contributes to the broader field of higher education. Not only does it benefit the advisors, but also benefits the students within the higher education in all of South Africa. Thank you.
While I was thinking of a song to sing, I forgot to mention that we have the supervisors here, Dr. Henry and Dr. Sumari. Can you please come and sit in the front to just so that your presenters can see that you are here and then that you are with them. Okay, and we are going to sing Don't Worry, Be Happy Now. No. Our next participant is Jumandi Janse van Rensburg, and she is going to present on exploring formative assessment feedback in large classes, a first-year psychology case.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues and fellow students. My name is Jumandi Janse van Rensburg, and today I will be presenting my capstone study titled Exploring Formative Assessment Feedback Practices in Large Classes, a first-year psychology case. And this study explored how formative feedback practices are currently implemented in the large PSDE 1624 module. Also, it explored how can we improve these feedback practices in our classes. During this presentation, I will quickly introduce the background and the problem statement, the research questions, introduce constructivism as my theoretical framework, and then present my findings and the guidelines before I conclude with the value of the study. Regarding the problem statement, I believe that many educators in attendance here today can relate to the problem or the challenge of balancing increasing student numbers with still providing quality formative feedback. Now, since 1994, higher education institutions in South Africa saw a great increase in student enrollments, partly due to policy enactments aimed at redressing and addressing the past inequalities and also to create access. Unfortunately, staffing and resources has not increased proportionally, and therefore this led to very large classes. Now, the PSDE 1624 module is a typical first-year module at the UFS, with approximately 900 students, supported by 1 lecturer and 7 facilitators. And I think you will agree that that creates a lot of pressure to provide quality feedback. Now, what is quality formative feedback? Ideally, it would mean that we would have individualized, ongoing dialogical conversations with our students and the students with their peers to identify knowledge gaps, to help them reflect, and to help them adjust and make improvements for better performance. Furthermore, research has indicated that formative feedback have many benefits, such as fostering self-regulated students, better academic performance, especially for our first-year students who are still transitioning to the higher education context. And also they are at risk for attrition, especially during the first year. Unfortunately, staff limitations, resource and time constraints make this challenging. So within the PSDE 1624 module, the module is presented in 2 separate yet complementary components, namely the main lectures, which is mostly responsible for our formal assessments. And then we also have the smaller facilitation sessions of approximately 40 students, mostly responsible for the informal formative assessments. Now, within our formal assessments, the module mostly relies on online quizzes with automated feedback on the CIRRUS platform, and then we also have semester tests with generalized memo feedback. Although this does add some feedback value, it is limited in its approach to provide dialogical feedback and the peer interaction that is necessary for quality formative feedback. So the main research question for this study was, how can formative assessment feedback practices be enhanced in large classes? And in order to do this study explored what literature tells us about what constitutes effective formative feedback practices. We also looked at how is it currently implemented within the PSDE module and how can it be enhanced in large class contexts. This study was situated within the interpretive VISTA paradigm, and it followed a qualitative approach. It also followed a case study method with specifically focused only on the PSDE 1624 case. The main research method was document analysis, which analyzed 2 purposefully selected documents, namely the 2025 PSDE 1624 study guide and the 2022 UFS assessment policy on coursework and learning programs. Apologies. The reflexive thematic analysis was also implemented to identify some common themes and patterns related to the feedback practices. This study was also guided by constructivism, specifically the work of Lev Vygotsky. Now, according to constructivist theory, learning is an active and social process. So our students learn best when they interact with their lecturer, with their peers and with the learning activities. But this, as we know, is quite difficult in our large classes. So 7 constructivist principles was identified to guide this study, namely interactive dialogical feedback, active learning and co-creation of knowledge, reflection and adjustment, development of self-regulation, scaffolding via the zone of proximal development, social interaction with peers and educators, and of course, inclusive and differentiated learning opportunities. So this theoretical framework served then as a lens through which the feedback practices were analyzed. Key findings from the study illustrated that there was a difference in how these constructivist principles aligned across the learning context. For example, one of the findings illustrated that the smaller, informal formative assessments during the facilitation sessions strongly aligned with most, if not all, of the constructivism principles, because it creates the context where we can have these dialogical interactions and provide scaffolded support. Therefore, facilitation sessions emerge as a real strength within this module. In contrast, the automated feedback and the generalized memo discussions with our formal assessments showed mostly partial to limited alignment due to the large class sizes and the limited resources, such as time constraints. Furthermore, we also noticed that the UFS assessment policy aligns partially and strongly in some sense with the constructivism principles. But what stood out was that although the UFS policy requires and encourages formative assessment feedback, there's not much guidelines on how we as educators can practically implement that within our large classes. So therefore, there is a little bit of a misalignment and a tension between the constructivism principles, our policy expectations, and the real-world application in our large classes. From these findings, 7 practical guidelines were established aiming to improve dialogical feedback, active learning, foster reflection, support self-regulated learning, improve scaffolding, maximize social interaction, and ensure inclusive opportunities. Some practical examples for the PSTE module might be, we can continue with the automated quiz marks, but we can build on it. We can provide more detailed scaffolded support, maybe with some reflective prompts for the students and linking them to sources that will help them structure and guide to improvement. We can still make use of memo discussions, but maybe we can make it more inclusive with uploading a Panopto video with an extensive explanation, making it also more accessible on an asynchronous platform, like our university learning management system. I recently was also in a short learning program where as students, we had to contribute on the Blackboard discussion forum. And then we had to comment on our fellow students. And I believe that was excellent for self-reflection and self-regulation. But it also, I believe, limited or decreased the lecturer's administrative load. So I think that would be an excellent way of going forward. So in conclusion, the study found that facilitation sessions, because of their size, really support the constructivism principles. And that automated feedback, mere mark feedback, and generalized memo discussions only partially aligns. Furthermore, I believe that we as educators can benefit from more enhanced guidance from the UFS assessment policy on how to implement it in large classes. Then I understand that there's this limitation to the study because of the case study nature, but I do believe that some of these guidelines can be transferred to similar contexts. So ultimately, the findings suggest that the challenge is not whether educators value formative assessment feedback, but rather to find sustainable guidelines how we can implement it in our large class settings. And lastly, I thank you, and I would also like to acknowledge my supervisor, Dr. Holzhausen, for her continued support. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Yumandi. Well, we all, or most of us know about the announcement that the UF made with regards to AI. Our next presenter, it will be an online presentation because of technical difficulties. It is Mr. Chulu Kabamba, and the title of his presentation is AI Resistant Strategies in the AI Transformed Classroom, a case study in higher education. Thank you, Chulu.
Am I audible?
Yes.
We hear you. Thank you. Okay, good morning to everybody. My name is Chulu Kabamba, as mentioned, and this will be my capstone project that I'm presenting. And it's the one that I gave for the postgraduate diploma in higher education study. Yes?
Just wait a bit. We don't see your presentation.
Is it not sharing?
Sadly, you are sharing now. Thank you.
Okay. I did share it earlier on.
There you are. There you are. You can just put it now on.
Okay. You can see the presentation?
You can? Yes.
Okay. All right. So as I mentioned, I'll be presenting on the capstone project that I submitted for the postgraduate diploma in higher education studies. The title is AI Resistant Strategies in the AI Transformed Classroom, and it uses the Learning Design in Higher Education Short Learning Program as the case study. All right, you should be seeing the outline of my entire presentation. I'm just a bit worried, so I'll ask for confirmation. Can you see the outline?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, with that, I'm going to go into the context of my study. So as you all know, generative AI is reshaping how we assess students in higher education. The concern is very simple. Certain tasks that we used to give as evidence of learning is now easy to outsource to AI. So to explore this in a real setting, I focused on the Learning Design in Higher Education Short Learning Program. The study asked the main question of how AI-resistant assessment is actually reflected within the program itself. So when I analyzed the literature, there was two main points that I got, or two main responses that I saw. The first was detection, and then the second was design. So with detection, there's three problems. Detection tools penalize students on probabilistic grounds, and this can cause privacy harm and false accusations to students. Tarisai notes that penalizing on those grounds also exposes university to legal risk, and prevention is not realistic because we all know that generative AI is open access and it's everywhere. The design approach takes a different route though. It builds tasks that are AI resistant by design, and it protects human-centered skills like critical thinking by shifting the focus not from policing AI, but to redesigning the assessment itself. Now, with that said, I'm going to take you to the two frameworks that I used. So this study sits on two frameworks. The first is the AAAE framework by Clive and colleagues. It's a strategic roadmap that helps you to decide how much AI to integrate in a task. The second is the contextual framework from Gonsalves. This one shifts the focus away from the technology and back to the assessment itself. It works by demanding inputs that are so specific and so localized that generic AI outputs will start to fall short. Together, when you combine them, they form two angles to the same problem. One helps you to regulate AI, and the other helps you to neutralize it through design. So specifically, I'm going to go into each of the frameworks. We have the AAAE spectrum, which has 4 positions. The first one is against, and with against, you prohibit the use of AI entirely. So this relies on traditional secured formats of oral presentations. Another thing that you can think of is sit-down written examinations. The avoid position designs around AI by using highly contextual portfolios and reflections that lower the value of using AI. The adopt position opens the door to controlled use of AI. And this is where students are permitted to use AI for specific scaffolding of tasks. For example, like refining an outline of an assessment. Then we have the final position, which talks about explore. And this treats AI as an extension of the learner's own thinking. The idea here is that students can co-design with AI, evaluate their own outputs, and then learn to engineer prompts throughout the process. Okay. All right. I'm seeing. Okay. So the next one is the Gonsalves contextual dimensions. And here there's 5 dimensions that ground a task into context. You have the practical tasks, and this needs critical thinking, which is applied to real problems. Then you have situational tasks, and this one uses simulations and role play so that students can read subtle cues. Another example of situational task would be, for example, service learning modules. Experiential tasks involve learning by doing with real people and real consequences, like internships. Then you have interdisciplinary tasks, which pull from different fields, because we all know that real problems rarely sit in one discipline. The last one is the ethical tasks, and this asks students to reflect on accountability, fairness, and the wider impact of the AI use. So the point is simple. The richer the context of the assessment, then the harder it is for AI to give a useful answer. All right, and then we'll move on to the application of the frameworks. So the case, as I mentioned before, was the LDHE SLP. The documents that I analyzed were the module guide, the assessment briefs, and the facilitation notes, and also institutional policy. But in hindsight, given that we only had a position statement, you can just think of the two interchangeably. The approach was qualitative document analysis using thematic coding, Brown and Clark. I coded each document against the AAAE framework, as well as Gonsalves' 5 contextual dimensions. And then I allowed, if any, new themes to emerge through inductive coding. I'll move on to the results. So this table shows assessment activities that are mapped against the dimensions. The orange dot on the top says the dimension is present, and then a gray dot will mean that it's absent. You can see that most tasks are strong towards the side of practical, situational, as well as experiential. And only one task, which was the Tech Talk Challenge, engaged explicitly with ethics and sits on the explore stage of the AAAE framework. The quiz activities I left out because they had no contextual mapping to the frameworks. The key takeaway here was that the assessments were highly practical and situational, but the explicit AI collaboration and ethical prompts only show up in an individual task throughout the entire SLP. Okay, next I mapped the instructional resources of the module to the frameworks as well. So the second table only focuses on instructional materials. And then the pattern you'll see is very similar. The resources offer strong support for practical and situational learning, and there are good cross-disciplinary links, but ethical engagement only appears in selected items. So even at the level of materials that the students have to read, ethics is not a thread that runs throughout the course. It just shows out in pockets here and there. Now, my interpretation of the results, you find that in the course, there's a real strength in terms of practical and situational, but there's a whole void on the ethics side of things. And there's almost no explicit AI guidance across assessments. The core insight is that even though you have real-world tasks, it's not enough. You need to ensure that you are explicit with your boundaries for AI within your assessments, as well as the module itself. So I ended up with a couple of recommendations, actually suggestions, more like 4 of them in particular. Firstly, I said we need to move beyond a single activity as a reflection, and you need to build prompts for fairness and accountability within the module. One way that you can do this, or that I've seen this being done in other institutions, is many of them have a declaration that students need to sign on assignments that is submitted, and then upon a submission of that, the actual submission for the assignment opens up. Number 2 is offering clear AI guidance per task. So students need to be given explicit rules on how AI may be used or may not be used. I think the mentality of many people is to sweep it under the carpet and ignore the fact that AI is being used by their students. I think the fear is that if they talk about it, they open the door for its use, which is the opposite. If you don't speak about it, you can expect that it will be used within your course. Number 3 was revised orientation resources. So you need to front load AI literacy from the very beginning. Use module guides not just to set schedules or to show the times table for the course, but to share the shared standards of integrity, much as we do for plagiarism. And then the last one was to align policy to practice. So we currently have a UFS institutional position statement that talks about the use of AI. It very, very clearly clarifies integrity and also talks about the transparency in the use of AI. This works both ways for staff and students. So if you're going to open a task for AI use, you need to make sure that the students understand that transparency is very important. And this comes back to critical AI literacy. Students need to be aware that if they co-construct any information that's submitted, there is a burden that rests upon them to declare which AI tools they used and how they used the tools. Okay. So in conclusion, academic integrity in the Gen AI era cannot be sustained through policing software or probabilistic detection. It has to be built through thoughtful and context-sensitive assessments. This can only be done through design that prioritizes authentic application and explicit ethical boundaries. The goal here is not to police students' work, but rather to design out shortcuts that can actually incur. You'll notice the significance of the study. It's become exponentially more significant with the announcement made that Renee just alluded to, with the fact that we are no longer using AI detection within any course. So we are now based to human judgment. There's no longer an ability that we can use to outsource human judgment to AI detection tools. It will have to be in consideration with your own expertise of the module itself and the assessment reviewed. But this is not meant to be a paper that vilifies AI use, but one that sets out the tone that as an individual, as a lecturer, there's a burden and an onus for you to reflect on your own assessments, your own assessment practices. And one needs to ensure that what we are asking of the students actually leads to critical thinking. And this can be done not only in your outline of assessments, but also in the way you form your rubrics. The goal here, as I mentioned, is not to design out, not to police misconduct, but to design out assessment. Thank you. Lastly, I have the references for my study. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Julu. I am going to do the question and answer now, but he is coming up from level 3. So I'm going to start with the first presenter, Zandile. Anybody has a question? I'm only going to take one question per presenter. So does anybody have a question for Zandile? Yes, Janet.
Thank you very much. Seeing that although you didn't present data from participants, you used a document analysis, but you mentioned that the assessment, the evaluation that you did in the past, what would be your recommendation, seeing that a participant indicated that 4 days is not enough to offer the program? When you assess or maybe you interact with what maybe they might have submitted, what would be the recommended time to, to make sure that the SLP is effective? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So one thing I didn't mention is that after the program is 4 days, and a week after we have a what do you call it, a session where we have with the participants, where they're able to come and ask questions. So on the last day, we go through the portfolio of evidence and give them, or allow them to, we go through the portfolio of evidence, allow them to have their questions. Then in that next session that we would have, which would be an hour or 2 hours, depending on how the questions would be in the session, then the students are able then to ask questions as they were working through the portfolio of evidence on their own time. Then we give them 4 weeks to complete their portfolio of evidence. So it does give them time to engage with the content. The issue is mainly on the facilitation of the program, that it should be more than 4 days, that we work on Unit 1, we work on it maybe for a week. Unit 2, we work on it for a week, etc., etc. However, the type of SLP and the level of the SLP, unfortunately, you cannot necessarily make it longer than just a week. Yeah.
A hand of applause, please. Thank you to Zandile. And then anybody want to ask a question to Yumandi? There, we have a question there.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Sipomati. I'm doing my final year under the education faculty. So I have 2 questions for you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. So the first question is, how does class size influence student participation during formative assessment? And then the second question is, how can student engagement with online feedback on Blackboard can be improved?
Thank you for your question. Is it on? Thank you. So your first question related to how is the participation different from our more small group facilitation sessions and then the large classes? What we tend to find with our large classes, like I said, it's 900 students and we have 2 lectures per week. So we are looking at approximately, let's say, 300 to 400 students in attendance per class. Those classes tend to be passive. The students really do not participate, and this is not due to a lack of lecturer competence. Students feel uncomfortable. We must also remember that we are referring to first-year students. They are still transitioning. They are used to classes with 35 students. It's an uncomfortable situation for them. Whereas within our facilitation sessions, we roughly have about 35 to 40 students in our classes. And they have a personalized and a facilitator that is assigned to them. They build rapport with this facilitator. They work in small group settings and they become familiar with their academic voice. They really tend to participate much better within our smaller facilitation sessions. Your second question was related to how can we enhance feedback on the online, do I understand your question correctly? So let's say we make use of a CIRRUS quiz. How can we improve on the feedback? So currently what we do is the automated feedback is just in the form of a mark, which means the students get a mark and it tells them you have 16 out of 20, but it does not tell them which questions they got wrong or how they can improve. So this leaves the student with a gap. I don't know how to improve my knowledge. But the suggestion would be that the platform does allow for more detailed feedback. But also more than that, we can link them with reflective questions. So we can, for example, say, on this question, how do you reason about this? We can refer them back to sources in the textbook. So on this page number, you can find this answer. And then, of course, nothing replaces the dialogical feedback. So in our course, we also have consultation hours where the facilitator and the lecturer avails them for these questions after our assessments. Did I answer your question, sir? Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Can we have a hand of applause to Jumandi again? Thank you. And Mr. Kabamba joined us. So anybody, a question for Mr. Kabamba on AI?
Oh, okay. Kulu, thank you very much for the work.
Anyone but you.
Yes, anyone but me. I really think it's very serendipitous. Well done, young man. Excellent work, and thank you to Henry for the supervision. I sometimes get emotional if I see the potential that we have at our university. I think for me, I was privileged enough to be part of a conversation around African universities, where the ethical voice and development of our students and our leaders is one of the key pieces. So you talk very nicely in the analysis, and you've by default volunteered yourself for so much more work in terms of how we train academic staff. But the ethics piece is so very important for our continent, and because universities generate leaders. So your thoughts a little bit on how we can enhance that ethics line that you identified flows through all our courses. Your thoughts based on what you did. And again, well done to you and the supervisor, really excellent work.
I think based on that, I deserve the trophy. No, I'm joking. Difficult question. I don't think there's a simple answer. Maybe firstly, we need to model ethics ourselves as leaders. Just to give you context, I'm a learning designer, so kind of in a leadership position myself. I deal with lecturers. Many of these lecturers were not just my educators, but they were my colleagues in a way. They didn't give me extra marks because of that, but But I think as a leader in my faculty, specifically the NAS faculty, Natural Sciences and Agriculture, I think it's important that I model ethics, and training is important. We understand we need to have workshops. That's something we never did before. Even when we had the AI detector, one of my issues with the tool being activated is we never gave specific training on how to interpret the tool's results. We gave them a tool, we said this is what it can do, here are the results, but we didn't tell them what to do with it. So you'll find that as a result of that, people had different approaches. I actually interviewed some lecturers for a previous conference, and I knew that some of them gave automatic zeros if any AI was detected. There was no consultation, there was no review. It's simply, I trust the tool, I trust the technology, and therefore this is my action, penalizing. We also know that AI detection tools, such as the one we're using, also are biased against non-native English speakers. So this is a huge problem for any South African university because majority of us, English is not our first language. So just given that all in context, to wrap it up, I think the important thing is training, number one, and to be leaders of ethics in our own practice. So when you use ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, whatever the case may be open about your use. It's not a sin to use AI. It's about how you use it. You understand? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chulu, for your presentation. It's really makes you to reflect. But now, we have students here. I think you should be asking these students, because this is their conference, to say, what do they think? What is the ethical use of AI? It must spark a discussion and a dialogue, so that they also share what they think, because it's important. You are a student, but you are also an employee, but their voice is also critical and important in this discussion. Thank you.
No, I agree. Oh. I agree. No dispute there.
Am I allowed to also, I just want to know, with you have that, is it still UFSS 1504? It's still, okay, FYS. I just want to know, do you touch on AI use with the first years? Is there anything about that?
No, you keep quiet. Go ahead, yeah.
Prof, please come. You can somewhere come to the front.
This is the students' conference. We are celebrating their work, right? As Jeanette has said. So within FYS, there's a couple of things. So one, we have the digital skills and competency framework that's integrated. And the fifth theme in that framework is AI. It introduces you to what AI is and how to use it ethically. I lecture growth mindset, where one section of the lecture this year shared a study that was conducted at MIT in June 2025, where I emphasized to students how, if you look at what happens to your brain when you abuse AI, not use. When you abuse AI, your cognitive critical thinking abilities in your brain atrophies because you're outsourcing to the technology. So the authors, and actually 2 weeks ago we had the MIT colleague present to us, we reached out to them and they presented to 100 lecturers. We have to, so we do in FYS, make our first years aware. I think what Kulu's analysis challenges on and the questions is we have to deepen everything. So first year introduction, we can tick that. But if we're going to build an integrity culture second to none, an ethical culture at this university, that's the conversation.
Prof, I'm sorry, but you are not off the hook, but please. No more questions.
I'm not going to ask Prof. I know. No, I just wanted to add one onto what Prof has said on the blackboard, and I realize that most of the students do not know. On the blackboard, there is that digital skills and competency module that Prof is talking about. I hope we can actually share with the students, everyone who is hearing that today, please go and tell others. Very important.
Prof Strydom, no questions, but I want you to assist me in just giving them their certificates.
Can I ask the supervisors, because they're more important also?
Okay, thank you.
Zandi, so just that you have an understanding of how important Zandi is, she's the hub for capacitating academic advisors at 26 public universities. She facilitates and has facilitated the training of 300 academic advisors and of people that help thousands of students. So thank you for the supervisors that helped her evaluate this. Thank you. And then Yumandi, I didn't ask a question on purpose, but we're going to have lots of conversations. I believe we should break up everything into tutorials of 50 and less. Well done. And then the last one, Kulu. Right. Yes, there we go. Well done, young man. Henry, thank you so much. Right. Okay. And thank you for this conference, Janine. It's amazing.
Okay, I want to thank all of my presenters and the supervisors. Will you please come and join me? We are going to sing "We Are the Champions." Okay. No, I'm only joking. I'm handing over to Mr. Lee.
Let's give them another hand. Now, I was feeling so proud from this morning on all these presentations and studies and so on. But I realized now before I took the mic, we must thank the librarians as well. Because I know with Chulu, I know with the other staff members, the librarians support them in their research. They're always there. How can we find this? How can we find that? Kingsley, you know that. So let's give a hand to the librarians for producing such good work. Yes. Mrs. Apoko, that's why we're here. That's why we're here. I'd like to extend our sincere appreciation to all the presenters at this stage for the insightful and thought-provoking contributions. The session has highlighted important developments in teaching and learning, particularly in relation to academic support, to assessment practices, and innovation in higher education with the AI. These discussions remind us of the evolving nature of education and the critical role it plays in shaping student success. Distinguished guests, this brings us to the conclusion of our morning session. We are a bit late, yes. And I would once again like to thank all the presenters, the session chairs, participants, our panel that's so patient in the front here, for your engagement and contributions this far. Just a special request. We all invited for lunch, but I'm going to ask that the panel in the front, the management with Prof and our educators, academics that are here, and the faculty representatives, please join us for lunch. The others, the younger are us and our other colleagues. Can we just hold on so that the vintage, yeah, the matured wines can help themselves, and then we can join after. Thank you very much. After this, we will resume at, I just need to be fair with the time. We will resume at 1:45. We've got a half an hour to freshen up, have something to eat, and then do justice to our afternoon session as well. Thank you very much. Give yourself a hand. So we're going to ask the management, our team here, to please join us for lunch. And please don't forget to go take photos and so on. Also on the screens, there's a QR code, colleagues, and there's a QR code. We'd like your feedback on the presentation. It will be displayed, the QR code. Maybe we'll ask them to display the QR code here as well. We do need your feedback. Please make sure you complete the survey. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. Can we please move towards the venue and be seated quietly, so please. Thank you, colleagues. As you move forward, we're about to start. Okay, we're about to start. I can see the director of this library is moving forward towards her seat. Right. We are all seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the academics in the room, Welcome to this afternoon session as we continue with our conference. My name is Kosin Dumela. I am the research librarian for the Health Sciences faculty. I'll be taking you through this afternoon program. Without wasting any time, but I would like us to really retrospect and think in our time, back in our time, and not to say compare, but look at the level of effectivity of our students. Back in my time, I couldn't do what they are doing. Our students are amazing. Our students are producing groundbreaking research right in their honors level, right in their third and fourth years. This is amazing, colleagues. Can we give them a hand of applause? It's interesting what they are doing, but I have a question and an answer at the same time. I know why they're so efficient. Because of UFS Library as their partner. Yes. Our library is virtual. Our library is online. Our library resources are downloadable, accessible on campus and off campus. That is why we have the product. So it shows the value proposition. So we are winning, colleagues. Thank you. We proceed with our presentations. Right now, I would like to call upon the humanities faculty librarian to come and take over. It's NAS. I'm looking at you, I'm saying humanities. Apologies for that. The NAS faculty librarian to come and introduce all the presenters.
Good afternoon. I'm Nondomi Songubane, the librarian for the Faculty of Nurse. Today I'll be taking you through. I'll be your chair for this session, and also there has been some rearrangement in the program because some students could not participate anymore. And also another student, her lecturer has other commitments. So in this session, we have 4 presentations. The first one is for the Department of Physics. We have 2 students from Department of Plant Science and 1 from Urban and Regional Planning. The first presenter would be Mahika Kilian. The topic for her paper is the orbital parameters of the bright gamma ray binary system, LMC P3, under the supervision of Prof. B. Van Sulen in the Department of Physics.
Good day, everyone. I hope everyone is well. Today, I will be taking you on a journey where we explore the orbital parameters of the bright gamma ray binary system called LMC-P3. So, where is this system located? It is inside a large Magellanic Cloud. So it's not in our own Milky Way galaxy. It's very far away. And this is an important system because it was the first of its kind, that was discovered and observed outside of the Milky Way. And it's a binary system, so that means it's 2 stars that are orbiting around each other. If we zoom in a little bit more, this is what you will see. You will see a supernova remnant. So about 100,000 years ago, the once bigger of the 2 stars was dramatic, and it came to a violent end and in a supernova explosion. All that remains now in this system, if we zoom in even more, is 2 stars orbiting one another, and the smaller one is either a neutron star or a black hole. and it's orbiting around its optical companion. If we go further and we look into exactly what is in the system, as I said, the primary star, that will be the bigger of the stars, so it's basically just hot, big, and massive. And it's also blue. Then the secondary star, it is the smaller of the two. It is, we call it a compact object. It's a neutron star or a black hole. We are not quite sure which one. I will get into that a bit later. It has an orbital period of 10.301 days. So that means it's how long it takes for these stars to orbit around one another. And yeah, the orbit is eccentric. That means it's not circular. It is an oval shape. Let's look at what gamma-ray loud binary systems are. They are a subclass of high-mass binary systems, and they have very high energies. They can even extend past 100 giga-electron volts, so that is very, very energetic. Then, usually in these systems, you have a massive O or BE type star and a compact object, and as I said, a compact object, neutron star, or black hole. The gamma ray emission we see from these systems is caused by one of two scenarios. It can either be the interaction of the non-relativistic stellar wind from the optical companion that interacts with the relativistic outflow from the neutron star. The other scenario that is possible is that the compact object is siphoning off mass from the optical star and the mass accretes onto that system. In most cases, we are not exactly sure which one of these scenarios is the cause of the gamma rays that we observe. The objectives of this study was to use Southern African Large Telescope data to determine the optical parameters of this system so that we can interpret the light curve that we see. And we also wanted to interpret the non-thermal light curve of the system. And now I will take you step by step how this was achieved. First of all, we need observations. The high-resolution spectrograph at the Southern African Large Telescope was used. Observations were taken between September of 2016 and February 2017. So how this works, light from the star goes through a grating, and that splits it up into a rainbow of colors. And if we stretch out that rainbow of light, you get a picture like you see over there. So the different lines is just different parts of the stretched out rainbow, if I can put it like that. If we take those lines and we plot them, or just a few of them, you get something like that. So you have quite noisy data. So on the x-axis is the wavelength of the light. And as you can see, it's noisy, so we had to do a lot of data reduction. The noisy parts were trimmed out. Each spectrum, the different spectra taken on each night was averaged together so that we could increase signal-to-noise ratio. After all that work was done, we get something beautiful like that. That is a spectrum. As you can see, on the y-axis you have counts, on the x-axis you have wavelength. So that just tells you how many photons was detected at certain wavelengths. And you can see there are dips in the spectrum. That is called absorption lines. And that is like a star's fingerprint. It can tell us what it is made up of. It can also tell us how fast that star is moving. And that is what I am interested in. If you zoom in on the identified lines that I used, you can get the midpoint of them. And then you can use that to plot a radial velocity curve. And as you can see in the animation I have there, as the star moves around in its orbit, the whole spectrum will shift. So if the star is moving towards you, the whole spectrum shifts a bit towards the more energetic wavelengths, to the bluer part. And as the star moves away from you, the whole spectrum will shift a bit more to the red part. And from that shift, the wavelengths that we get across the whole orbit, if we use that, we plot that, you can get the velocities using something called the Doppler equation. Then, when you have that, you can search for a period in that data. Now, I got a few different periods for the different lines I use. It is a bit messy, so ultimately it was decided to go with the known orbital period of 10.301 days that was observed with the Fermi-Lat telescope. Then, what is the ultimate goal? We want to fit a mass function to your radial velocity curve. A mass function is just a mathematical equation that relates a few parameters. So it relates the orbital period of the star as well as the masses of the two stars. And also, it also uses the inclination angle. The inclination angle just is a measure of how we see the system. Are we looking at it face on or edge on? Yes. That equation, F equals those numbers, that is the mass function that was obtained. And from that, you can get a few useful things. If you look at the graph, you can see on the x-axis is the primary mass. So that is the bigger optical star that we can see with our eyes mass. And then on the y-axis is the mass of the secondary star. And that's a bit more difficult. We can't see it with our eyes. And so we don't really know what the mass is of that. But we know from the optical star, usually, O-type stars are in a certain mass range. And that is the pink block that you see there. Then, for different inclination angles, you will see as the inclination angle increases, the mass of the second star will decrease. So that puts a limit on what the mass can be. Yes. And we can also plot a picture of how this orbit looks. Then, what can we say from that? Because it's all good and well to have a bunch of numbers, but what does it mean? Well, as I said, we have a certain limit to the mass of the optical companion, and then what is left behind is to see how the inclination angle is limited. We see variability in the radial velocity curve. That means it is not face-on, because if it was face-on, the star will not move directly away or towards you. We also don't see any eclipsing. That means that the angle it's not an edge-on system. That means that the inclination angle is somewhere in the middle. That constrains the mass of the secondary star to that of a lower limit. And that indicates to us that we are dealing with a neutron star rather than a black hole. Then, I don't think I have time to explain this in detail, but this is a gamma ray light curve. So what you're looking at there, the black points on the graph, is data obtained with the Hess telescope. So that is very, very energetic gamma rays. And the gray lines are a bit less energetic gamma rays, still very energetic. So it just depends. If you look at, let me just see, is it correct? Yes. The picture of the orbit. When the neutron star is behind the star, the photons does not have enough energy to be absorbed because of a process called pair production. Okay, so they will go through, and we will see a bump in the GeV light curve. But when the neutron star is in front of the star, the electrons have enough energy for pair production, but there isn't a star in front of it to absorb them. So we see a bump in the TeV light curve. Okay, so just to conclude, we determined that the gamma rays that we observe is from the interaction between the non-relativistic stellar outflow of the star and the relativistic outflow from the neutron star, and it is more likely that we're dealing with a neutron star as the secondary companion. I just want to leave you with this thought that astronomers are like detectives, and we investigate events that happened thousands of years ago, and our only clues that we get is from light. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Killian. For now, just because Prof is rushing somewhere else, I think we'll have to take 2 questions for Killian. But then for the next 3 presentation, we'll take questions after the last presenter. If there are any questions. Everything was clear. Then Oh, there's a question at the back.
And I can project. Oh yeah. I'm just curious, what made you interested in this research?
Ever since I've been little, the stories have fascinated me, and I've been wondering how does all it works, because we always just see the pretty pictures, but I'm interested in the mechanics that drive the light that we see. So binary systems are quite interesting. They're very rare, so that is why I like to study them, to understand this very obscure, well, not necessarily obscure, but rare phenomenon that we see in nature.
Is there a reason why one star hasn't swallowed up the other?
Is this on, please? Well, yes, there is. It's because the outer star is not massive enough. It doesn't have enough gravity, so that there's not enough gravity to siphon off enough matter from the other star. So if the system was different, so that it was a bit bigger, and the stars were a bit closer together, then yes, that is a possibility.
Thank you. Can Prof, before he leave, can you please come forward and give Mahike certificates for the appreciation? Thank you. Now we'll go to the second presenter. Her name is Brigney Sidra. The topic is production of XOS, the antioxidants properties through sequential synergy of C1184, secretome, and esteres under the supervision of Dr. Mafa from the Department of Plant Science.
Okay, good afternoon. I am Brittany with my honours research titled Production of Sauce with Antioxidant Properties through Sequential Synergy of C118 secretome and esterases. This is the outline of my presentation. This work has been ethically approved. So, lignocellulosic biomass is the most abundant and renewable resource on Earth, exceeding predicted feed stocks of 180 billion tons annually. To put this into context, when after harvest, the stems left in the field, when harvesting crops such as sunflower or large-scale productions, winemaking, cider production, or juice making, those residues, the pips and the peels, what happens to all that? A lot of it is used for animal feed, but so much of it goes unused still. For us, we see this as a bioresource full of potential. Lignocellulosic biomass consists of three major biopolymers: cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, with my study being interested in the hemicellulose, particularly the xylem, due to its heterogeneous structure, which is linked to having antioxidant potential. The challenge, however, lies in the recalcitrance of lignocellulose. This is due to the intricate cross-linking between the three major biopolymers, making it hard for us to depolymerize it. Enzymatic hydrolysis offers an eco-friendly, target-specific manner in which we can depolymerize these systems, and fungal secretomes seem to present us with quite the opportunity. The aim of my study is to characterize the commercialized cellulose C1184 from Aspergillus niger, produce complex xylo-oligosaccharides with antioxidant potential following these objectives. For the sake of following my presentation, I provided a workflow. So firstly, we will characterize the secretome, then profiling of the ZOS, and then quantifying the antioxidants of those ZOS. So for characterization, we assessed the enzyme's activity using different substrates. We then looked at the proteins present in this enzyme by using a 12% zymogram gel. For biochemical characterizations, we assessed the optimum pH, temperature, and the thermostability of this enzyme. The parenkinetic parameters, we looked at the binding affinity of this enzyme on different substrates as well as the rate of the reaction using Michaelis-Menten parameters. For the production of xylo-oligosaccharides, firstly, C1184 was incubated with beetroot xylin, followed by ethanol and ZOS system. We then suspended the supernatant and then saved the palette in which we resuspended it in sodium citrate buffer BH5. Sequential hydrolysis using 2 pherol esterases, a glucuronol esterase, and a zyme-10 xylanase was used. For the analysis of the ZOS products, we used TLC analysis as well as LCMS analysis. Okay. Will it stop? Okay. Okay, and then for the antioxidant, we use H2O2 scavenging, in which radical quenching was determined using a color system in which more intense color change was linked to higher antioxidant activity and lower color change is linked to low quenching capacity. For ABTS, we generated the positively charged radical overnight. Using those concentrations, we created a garlic acid standard, and that formula was used to calculate antioxidant quenching as garlic acid standard equivalents. For the results, we had broad substrate specificity of the enzyme with highest activity on xylin substrates. Zymogram analysis confirmed the presence of multiple proteins and some having multiple isozymes. For biochemical characterization, we see that the optimum pH differs depending on different substrates as well as the optimum temperature. However, thermostability was the same for all. The kinetic parameters for the 2 substrates were also different for the 2 different substrates. And with this, we conclude that C1184 secretome is a multi-enzyme system based on multiple substrate specificity. Zymogram analysis confirmed the presence of multiple proteins and as well as different kinetic parameters tested on different substrates. For the production of ZOS, LCMS analysis showed that we have ZOS with various degrees of polymerization with abundance of xylotriose followed by xylobiose. We then analyzed sequential hydrolysis in which we saw that the profile of the xylo-oligos changed. For example, when we look at the zyme-10, we see that we have more clearer, more intense bands. So with this, we see that beetroot xylin with C1184 hydrolysis produce oligosaccharides with various degrees of polymerization. We also see that sequential treatment using zyme-10 and pherol esterases as well as glucuronol esterases was able to generate more complex ZOS. Then for antioxidant quenching, so it's worth noting that throughout, for all antioxidant graphs, we have the bars as relative to control, and we have the lines on the graph which shows us quenching capacity in percentage. So for H2O2, we looked at 2 different concentrations at 2 different incubation times, and we see that at 20 minutes, we have low activity for some products and no activity for the RM pherol esterase. However, after 24 hours, we got 100% quenching capacity for the RM pherol esterase. When we increase these concentrations to 50 millimole, we see that activity now at 20 minutes. Incubation for glucuronal esterase products was higher compared to the 5 millimole. And we also again have 100% quenching capacity of the RM ferrol esterase. We have high activity for the ABTS quenching, as we expected for this study. In conclusion, we successfully characterized the C1184 secretome as a multi-enzyme system. We then successfully produced ZOS with various degrees of polymerization, and sequential hydrolysis with these ZOS was able to enhance the bioactive properties of these ZOS. The antioxidant activity of these ZOS were time, concentration, and radical dependent. Collectively, this study demonstrated that the potential of C1184 secretome aligning with United Nations goal number 12. The outputs of this study are presented at 2 conferences, CSIR and Green Futures Hub. The reports and the scientific contributions. Eventually, with this study, we aim to contribute to products such as those. I'd like to acknowledge the following people and institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany. Our third presenter will be Tubelishe Kawula. The title is Pectinolytic Enzymes and Monosaccharides as Protective Virulence Factors of Wheat Rust Fungi. Also, the supervisor was Dr. Mafa from Plant Science.
A very pleasant and informative afternoon to all in attendance. I am Tubelishe Kawula, and today I will be presenting my honors research project titled Pectinolytic Enzymes and Monosidase are Virulence Factors of Wheat Rust Fungi. These are my presentation contents, followed by my ethical clearance. Wheat is an important agricultural crop grown in nearly all regions of the world. It is appreciated for the various services it provides consumers, farmers, nations, and even livestock. However, successful production of wheat is threatened by invading pathogens known as leaf rust, caused by Paxina triticina, stem rust caused by Paxina graminis, and stripe rust caused by Paxina strophimus. Moving forward, I'll refer to these pathogens as PT, PGT, and PST respectively. These invading pathogens directly reduce yield and by extension depreciate the value of wheat producing markets. My study focuses on the proteins that are released by these invading pathogens when they attack wheat. These proteins are enzymes that break down the cell wall component which make up wheat, as illustrated in figure 1. These enzymes function by converting input or substrate into product, where the input is the wheat cell wall component. And the product of these reactions are known to cause disease in susceptible plants or resistance in plants with resistance proteins. However, the paradox here is that wheat lacks the substrates for these proteins to produce product. This observation leads us to the following research question. Is it possible that the monosidase enzymes are involved in host colonization as pathogenic effectors? The aim of the study was to investigate whether monosidases and pectinolytic enzymes produced by PT, PGT, and PST contribute to disease, and to investigate if metal ions can inhibit pectinolytic enzymes. My objectives will be discussed as part of my results. Before I get into the methods, I think it is important to clarify how I did this study. So first, I started in the greenhouse where I planted my wheat plants and infected them. From this, I was able to get the samples which I used for enzymatic analysis in point 3. However, before this, I performed bioinformatics, where I computationally studied the relationships of monosidases present in the genomes of PT, PGT, and PST. After this, I did molecular docking, which is used to predict the interaction between the monosidase and its substrates. Then I finally did enzymatic and enzyme inhibition studies. For growth and inoculation of spores, I used susceptible and resistant lines for PT, PGT, and PST respectively, and infected them with the corresponding rust. Sampling was done at 1, 4, and 7 days post-inoculation. At 14 days, leaf tissue was imaged for phenotypic analysis. Protein extraction was done via mortar and pestle using liquid nitrogen. And for protein concentration determination, Bradford's assay was used with BSA as the standard. A phylogenetic tree was then drawn up to try and investigate the relationships between the monocydases present in PT, PDT genomes that are available on the KZ database. And molecular docking was done to predict if and how the monocydases interact with the substrates. So from this, I was able to get the binding affinities, and I was able to visualize the interactions in 2D and 3D using Discovery. For TLC, the reaction was performed as highlighted, and yes, it was run for 2 hours in the mobile phase before visualization. Similarly, for pectinase activity, the reaction was run as highlighted before, and detection was done by measuring total reducing sugars via DNS. The same is true for peptic lyase activity. The reaction was run as observed, but this time detection was done by measuring total galactorinoids. For enzyme inhibition assays, this is where then I included the metal ions into the reaction to test if they can inhibit the activity of the enzymes. For statistical analysis, statistica was used, and a one-way ANOVA was performed to detect significant differences in enzymatic activity between different cultivars. So now I'm moving on to my results. In terms of phenotypic analysis, all uninoculated, In terms of phenotypic analysis, all uninoculated samples showed no symptoms. This was the same for the PT and PST treated resistant cultivars. Interestingly, the PDT resistant cultivar and all uninoculated controls showed no symptoms. A phylogenetic tree was then drawn up to try and detect if there are similarities between the monocydases in PT, PDT, and PST. The dominance of the red boxes suggests that the monocydases in PDT is slightly different from PT and PST, which may be more similar. This was then tested using molecular docking. So 4 ligands were docked in the active site of the enzyme to try and predict the binding affinities. So these binding affinities give us an idea of the strength of the interaction between the monocytase enzyme and its substrates. The more negative the binding affinity, the stronger the predicted interaction. And from this table, we can see that the docked ligands, manobios, trios, and tetraos have strong negative binding affinities. However, manopentaose is highlighted because that is the substrate I had in the lab and used for enzymatic analysis. So this is the 2D and 3D illustration of the interaction. However, due to time constraints, I have to move on from this slide, but I am happy to entertain questions and curiosities later. So this monocytase activity was then tested qualitatively at 14 days post-inoculation in the inoculated samples. The substrate manopentaose, which is shown in the red boxes, is hydrolyzed in all susceptible cultivars, inoculated susceptible cultivars. However, this is also true in the inoculated, can I please start again? The substrate manopentaose, which is highlighted in red, it is hydrolyzed in all inoculated susceptible samples. However, in the inoculated resistant sample of PT and PSC, the substrate is not hydrolyzed. Interestingly, in the resistant sample for PDT, it is also hydrolyzed. This then suggests that as the pathogen grows, as fungal biomass accumulates, these pathogens release monocytase activity, thus revealing it as a possible secreted effector. Now moving on to the pectinolytic enzymes. So pectinase activity was tested at 2 pHs to try and detect if it's active in acidic or basic conditions. And I also used 2 substrates, low ester pectin and high ester pectin, which differ in their degree of esterification. In terms of pectinase activity, low ester pectin has higher activity compared to high ester pectin, which suggests that methyl esterification inhibits the activity of the enzyme. Again, I cannot fully explain the results, but I am happy to answer any questions that may follow. I will try to explain using the susceptible cultivar Thatcher and resistant cultivar Thatcher LR9. So in the inoculated susceptible cultivar, pectinase activity increases over 14 days, significantly increases, whereas in the resistant cultivar, pectinase activity is significantly lesser than its uninoculated mock control, which suggests that as the pathogen grows in the susceptible cultivar, more pectinase activity is secreted. The opposite was observed with pectate lyase activity. In the susceptible plant, pectate lyase activity increases over the 14 decreases over the 14-day period, whereas in the inoculated resistant sample, it is higher than in the mock inoculated control. And studies show that the products of pectate lyase activity may contribute to resistance by producing damage-associated molecular patterns. Because pectinase activity contributes to susceptibility, I then tried to inhibit this enzyme, because this is important to try and limit the spread of the pathogen. I used 3 metal ions, silver, which is Ag, iron, and zinc. And from this table, we can see that all 3 metal ions are good inhibitors of pectinase activity. However, iron seems to be the better inhibitor of pectinase activity. And this is important because these fungal pathogens are very adaptive and may break resistance easily. Therefore, more efficient fungicides will always be required to limit the spread of the pathogen. In conclusion, menosidase has been shown to be associated with susceptibility. Why? Because susceptible cultivars have higher fungal biomass and show menosidase activity. Pectinase activity increased in the susceptible cultivar while it reduced in the resistant. Pectate lyase activity increased in the resistant cultivar over time, possibly contributing to damp production. In conclusion, pectinase and menosidase are virulence proteins, while pectate lyase seems to promote resistance. These are my references. Some of the research outcomes. I'd like to acknowledge all of the above. Thank you.
Thank you, Subelishe. Our last presenter is Kabelo Moshatlole. His topic is, to what extent does the Mangaung Spatial Development Framework address the needs of government, housing, and urban investment under the supervision of Prof. Mashalaba in the Department of Urban and Regional Planning.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kabelo Mutrakrule. I'm from the Department of Urban and Regional Planning. So I'll be presenting my honors project titled Using Spatial Statistics to Diagnose Mangaung's ACF Social Housing Implementation Gaps. So this study was supervised by Prof. YB Mashala. Okay, just to start there, there is like what's this? The SPLUMA, which is Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act that was implemented in 2013, which mandates for spatial justice, efficiency, and resilience across South African urban planning. And then municipalities under that policy, they use municipal planning frameworks such as the SDFs, which is Spatial Development Frameworks, and IDPs, which is Integrated Development Frameworks. Further, they use integrated human settlement plans. So all these policies that are used by the municipality are guided by this policy, which mandates spatial justice, efficiency, and resilience across South African urban planning. So we have a problem. The problem is that the spatial reality often shows implementation gap. So the SDF functions as a tick box exercise rather than bridging rather than binding legislation. So most of the developments that occur within our municipalities don't really follow these policy frameworks as they are guided by the SPLUMA. So in most cases, when it comes to housing, especially the social housing programs, the market dominance is again a problem. So commercial realities and private property values dictated development, ignoring municipal integration targets. So direct perpetuation of massive housing backlogs and extreme spatial segregation. So we have a lot of housing backlogs. People don't have housing, or people are not integrated. So by integration, integrated human settlement, we mean that people need to be brought near social amenities and other economic opportunities. So if this, this SDF is just a tick box, then we end up not actually winning in terms of integration. So the primary aim of this study is to bridge the gap between qualitative policy evaluation and quantitative spatial outcomes by diagnosing why social housing delivery fails despite supportive local SDF policies. The policies look very good, very, very good, but in most cases they're just too ambitious because they don't really implement. So the objectives of this study is to evaluate the structural barriers within Mangaung's transforming structures and processes, the PIPs of the PIPs, which is policy, institutions, and processes that hinder spatial integration. So we want to quantify parcel level property value variations and spatial autocorrelation to mathematically demonstrate market-driven exclusion. So the last objective there is to establish an empirical, replicable GIS-based audit model for South African municipalities to measure contour spatial drift, right? So the research methodology there, this study employs the mixed-use method. So in this mixed methods, or not mixed use, I'm speaking. So the first phase there will be conceptual grounding, where we're going to look at the spatial justice mandates by the SPLUMA, and then we're going to try to align it with the sustainable livelihood frameworks, but the PIPS section of it, not the entire sustainable livelihood. So we're going to align, we're going to go to phase 2, which is just going to be the convergent parallel design. So this study is going to adopt the convergent parallel design, where we're going to look at the qualitative policy reviews, such as the SDF, integrated urban design frameworks, all the policies that I mentioned prior, and with the qualitative spatial econometrics or spatial autocorrelation. So phase 3 there, we are going to assess 671 even. So this study was taken in Brandbach. So out of that 600, we initially had like a population of 680. So when we assess the evaluation role that gives us the values of those properties, we realize that the municipality has permitted about 9 events. So we now were left with 671, which left us with 98.7% completeness of our data. So we then use Moran's Eye and LISA to identify global and local clustering of property values. So that is the spatial autocorrelation. So by spatial autocorrelation, we refer to a method that is GIS-based. It's used to actually look at cold spots and hot spots. So by cold spots, we look at like properties of hotspot is cluster of properties of higher value, and the cold spot will be the cluster of properties of low value. So the last phase there will be all right, so the phase 4 there will be the triangulation of the data there. So we'll now then look at the institutional failures versus the market-driven spatial drift. So what we're trying to get here is to get the spatial, the spatial drift that is happening in terms of like placement of our housing, social housing projects. So This is our key findings. So after running the spatial autocorrelation using QGIS, the data was actually collected from a database called Data in a Box that is available in our department. And we also got the valuation role from Metro Municipality. So we were able to come up with this map here. This is a map of Brandwag. So the red part there is a cluster of the high value properties. And then where you see the blue part is the cold spot, which shows the cluster of low properties of low value. So we also further ran an OD matrix there. The OD matrix refers to origin, destination analysis, where we look at where the social housing is placed versus other social amenities. So we figured out that it was placed far away from social amenities as the CSIR mandates. So, okay. All right, so we actually found that there is the properties had a mean value of 3.86 million and a median value of 1.4 million, which it states that even that at the median of 1.4 million, properties remain financially inaccessible for social housing institutions. So social housing institutions cannot access this well-located location because of the price. So we ran our hotspot analysis there. So this will refer to the areas that have like higher values, properties of higher values, and then this will be like where we have like properties of lower value. And most often the properties of higher value are located near roads, near shopping centers, social amenities, and other things. So we also figured out through the document review that there is like crisis of like institutional collapse. So the social institution that was actually appointed to do the social housing project in Brandwag is not managing this project nicely. So this is just my conclusion to show you what had happened there. So normally this would be where you find everything, your Investor Free State, Mimosa, and all those kind of like amenities that are within the N8. And then when you go further, you'll find properties of lower value, and they are not well serviced if you go to visit them. So my recommendation there will be, I'm recommending spatial justice. So the spatial justice can be achieved through aggressive spatial targeting that mandate inclusionary housing policies to force private developers to cross-subsidize affordable housing units in economic hotspots. So we can implement tax mechanisms to reclaim the unearned increment of land values generated by public infrastructure investments along the N8. So we can also use the strategic state land release by imposing higher taxes on land that is just being held and not being used for anything. There's a notion of anticipation. You anticipate that the price is going to be higher, so you just keep it and you're not using it. And it's in a well-located area. Thank you.
Thank you to all our presenters as well as their supervisor, Dr. Mafa, and Prof. Mashalaba in his absentia. And now I'll open the floor for questions. You can just indicate to which presenter your question is for.
Good afternoon. We have a question online. Non-Rebecca was asking if, I think it's referred to Kaula. Yeah. Non-Rebecca is asking if wheat rust poison. She says, is wheat rust poisonous to humans if people eat wheat infected by the disease?
Okay, thank you for the question. So I'm not necessarily a pathologist. I just study the enzymes, the biochemistry, the protein biochemistry of the intern. I would suggest anyone not to eat the rust with these pathogens because at the end of the day, it's a pathogen. So I'm not a pathologist, but yeah, I don't encourage you to eat the rust because, yeah.
We have another question.
Good afternoon, I'm Palasa Mafukeng. So I wanted to ask you that with the word rust, is it something that just develops from the weed, or could it be caused by us external influences such as your what's this thing? There's a thing that they normally just pour to protect wheat from locusts and everything. Could it be caused by that? I just can't remember the name of that thing.
I am not sure what the second part, what you are referring to. Do you have any? So, okay, can you please repeat your question then?
So I was asking you that the wheat rust, is it caused by the wheat itself? Meaning that is the wheat out of the blue just thick, or is it caused by external factors such as your pesticide, even though it was meant to protect the weed?
Okay, no, so the wheat and the rust are two isolated species. So the wheat is a plant species and the rust, it is a pathogenic, it is a rust, it is a fungal pathogen. So the wheat doesn't just fall sick de novo. So the pathogen has to land. So spores have to land on the leaf tissue of the rust and then propagate within the wheat plant. And that's how you get the emergence of spores. Yeah, after complete infection of the tissue of the plant. So yes, it does not just occur de novo. It has to land on the plant and then propagate. No, the pesticide, so wheat is not a type of pesticide. I haven't read of pesticides that may cause disease because it's supposed to prevent formation of pesticides. So I would say no to that.
Thank you. Now I can ask Dr. Martha to give our students the certificates for the participation and appreciation.
Thank you to NAS. Colleagues, our students are on another level. Yes. Thank you. Like Prof. Reddy was also summarizing it this morning, they deserve an international stage. I mean, the topics presented here, they thought-provoking and challenging us. Right, we're moving on due to time. The last faculty now on our program is the Faculty of Health Sciences. I'm going to hand over to the Faculty Librarian for Health to introduce or to chair the session for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
and students. My name is Malefumo Posho. I'm the faculty librarian for the health sciences. Today, the first group that is going to present is the group from Sport and Exercise. And then their topic is training exercise, descriptor reporting in Achilles tendon, rehabilitation research, scoping review. So all the presenters' names is L. Davidson, O. Kasake, D. Oliver, W. J. Marais, J. Herber, and their supervisor is Miss Moore and Dr. C. Sinclair. So over to you guys.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Today we will be presenting our research study titled Strength Training Exercise Descriptors in Achilles Tendon Rehabilitation Research, a Scoping Review. The Achilles tendon, or the AT, is the strongest tendon in the human body, capable of withstanding 12 times the human's individual body weight. Due to these high loads being placed on this tendon, injuries are common in physically active individuals. In our study, AT injuries were classified as acute, with referring to rupture, or chronic, with special focus on tendinopathy and tendinitis. So following an AT injury, functional changes occur in the lower limb of the affected side and throughout the body's entire kinetic chain. Functional changes include range of motion, neuromuscular control, and strength deficits. These functional changes mostly occur in the gastrocnemius and soleus muscle. An essential exercise component to restore optimal function and increase the load capacity of the AT following an injury is strength training. So when prescribing and conducting strength exercises that target the load capacity of the AT, it is recommended that the strength training exercise descriptors, or STEDs, for example, sets and repetitions, are comprehensively reported in the rehabilitation program. Even though reporting guidelines have been developed to report the STEDs of an exercise intervention in research, reporting remains inconsistent and inadequate in the exercise and sports medicine rehabilitation domain, and consensus has not yet been reached regarding which STEDs should be reported in AT injury rehabilitation research, resulting in variation in patient management amongst healthcare professionals. The STEDs currently reported in AT injury rehabilitation research need to be identified and described to determine the reporting sufficiency. This will contribute to standardization of exercise descriptors used in AT rehabilitation, enhancing the quality of evidence available for clinicians and researchers. Ultimately, this will improve the translation of research into effective rehabilitation protocols. The aim of our study was to determine which STEDs are currently being reported in AT injury rehabilitation research, and the objective was to identify and describe them. A scoping review was conducted, as it highlights a broad view of existing literature. The review was conducted in line with the JBI Manual for Evidence Synthesis, which facilitated the entire scoping review process, the PRISMA checklist to improve transparency and completeness, and the PRISMA flow diagram to visually represent the screening process. This all aided in answering the research question: which STEDs are currently being reported in AT injury rehabilitation in the available literature? A three-step JBI SIS strategy was followed, along with the aid of an experienced librarian. Terminology such as strength, rehab, and Achilles were used to obtain articles from the study from these databases. In the study, the PCC framework was used to determine the inclusion criteria. The literature had to include males or females with an AT injury as participants and had to report the STEDs of an AT injury in any outpatient setting. Note that the published articles had to be available in English. The review process was comprised of a pilot search, screening phase, and data charting. The pilot search used the first 10 records to set up and test the screening record and data extraction table, inclusion criteria, and work method. The screening phase was a team-based approach in which 5 reviewers received training and used the Ryan software blinding function. Phase 1 was title and abstract screening, and Phase 2 was full-text screening. Data charting was used to provide a visual representation of the study details and STEDs. To reduce risk of bias, the JBI Manual for Evidence Synthesis and a detailed priority protocol was used to guide the scoping review. The assistance of an experienced information librarian ensured a high-quality search and completeness, and training on Ryan software and data charting processes was provided for all relevant reviewers.
Moving on to our results, we made use of a PRISMA flow diagram. 215 records were generated after removing 48 duplicates. 167 were screened by title and abstract. Of these, 41 full-text articles were assessed, and 17 were included for data charting. Among these 17 studies, the most commonly reported study designs were randomized controlled trials at 35% and systematic review with meta-analysis at 23%. These studies collectively included participants with a range of Achilles tendon injuries. The most frequently reported type of injury was Achilles tendinopathy, which accounted for 70% of the studies. 6% of the studies did not specify the type of injury. A total of 35 descriptors were identified across the 17 studies. Our results show that intervention duration, muscle action, frequency, sets, exercise name, repetitions, and resistance were the most reported descriptor and appeared in 63 to 94% of studies. Intervention duration was the most consistently reported descriptor, with a 12-week duration noted in 41% of the studies. Muscle action types included a combination of different types of contractions. Eccentric contractions were the most commonly reported, followed by concentric and isometric. With regards to exercise frequency, 1 to 3 sessions per day were reported in 67% of articles, while 1 to 3 days per week were noted in 33%. With sets and repetitions, the most reported number of sets ranged from 3 to 5, with 15 repetitions being the most frequently reported. A total of 42 exercise names were identified. Among these, calf raises were the most frequently mentioned at 10 times, followed by squat variation at 6 times and toe raises at 5 times. Less commonly reported exercise names included step-ups, great toe extensions, and leg curls. With regards to resistance, body weight resistance and 55 to 100% of one repetition maximum was described in 40% of the articles. Moving on to our discussion. The aim of the study was to determine which states are being reported in literature. Of the 35 identified descriptors, only 7 were reported in more than 60% of the articles, while the remaining 28 were only reported in less than 60% of the articles. This highlighted that states are poorly being reported in anti-injury rehabilitation research. Although intervention duration was most frequently reported descriptor, appearing in 94% of the studies, it varied widely from 1 to 32 weeks. In contrast, descriptors such as muscle voluntary failure, non-exercise component, and incidence of adverse events were reported the least at only 6%. This inconsistency highlights the lack of consensus on optimal rehabilitation reporting for Achilles tendon injuries. In a related systematic review on patellofemoral pain, Holden et al. Also found that intervention duration was commonly reported, while muscle voluntary failure, time under tension, and rest periods were among the least reported. Notably, no single article provided information across all descriptors. In our review, the maximum number of descriptors reported in any study was 20 out of 35. As Christensen et al. Noted, the ability to replicate interventions depends heavily on the availability of detailed reporting. Our findings support this, revealing significant variability and inconsistency in reporting of states, underscoring the need for standardized reporting. Doing so would improve comparability between studies and aid in translating evidence into clinical practice. McGarry et al., Holden et al., and Page et al. Have all emphasized persistent gaps in reporting of exercise descriptors. Therefore, future efforts must focus on adopting and refining reporting standards to enhance the quality, reproducibility, clinical applicability, and of rehabilitation research. In conclusion, this review revealed significant gaps in the reporting of states, as 89% of descriptors are poorly reported. The lack of comprehensive reporting hinders the ability of researchers to accurately describe exercise interventions, thereby limiting the development of standardized and evidence-based rehabilitation protocols. However, improved stage reporting has the potential to enhance patient outcomes and improve the quality and reliability of meta-analysis. By highlighting these gaps, our review informs researchers of key areas needing improvement and future investigation. By addressing this, it will support the development of specific, comprehensive guidelines, ultimately improving the consistency in future rehabilitation research. There are a few limitations to take note of. Firstly, we only included articles published in the last 5 years. This may have excluded earlier studies that could have contributed valuable insights. Secondly, because we followed a scoping and review methodology, we only assessed the quality of the included studies, and only on what they reported. Lastly, our sample size is relatively small. with just 17 studies included. This may have affected the interpretation of results. Despite these limitations, our review highlights an opportunity for improvement. We recommend that researchers standardize the reporting of exercise descriptors to improve understanding and ensure greater consistency in reporting. Thank you. And these are our references.
Thank you, Health Sciences. Colleagues, what we notice that the next presenter from health will be starting at 3:10. So what we'd like to do now, what we should have done, is to take a comfort break for just 8 minutes and be back to continue with Health Sciences. The tea station is still available at the back. Thank you. We'll be back at 9 minutes past. All right, I'm going to hand over to the Health Science faculty librarian to introduce us to the next speaker. Over to you, Marifu.
Thank you, Kosi. The next presenter is from the School of Nursing, and their title is The Effect of Bullying in the Workplace on the Mental Health of Nurses, a Scoping Review. And the presenters are Zebonga, Sichangani, Idaniso, S. Mlambo, and Mosesani, T. Miyaka, A. Pologon, and G. Van Veek. And the supervisor is Dr. Dietrich van Jaarsveld and Dr. M.J. Mutula. Over to you, Cecily.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, the last time I stood in a setting like this, I was still a student. But now, I come with the shoulders bleeding. Yeah, so as I go through the presentation, you will understand the emphasis I'm trying to put with my uniform on. Yes. Who amongst you has ever been bullied? It's a rhetorical question, but you can be honest. Yeah. So I'm proud to present on my behalf. My name is Elisha Charani. I am proud to present on behalf of my group the effect of bullying in the workplace on the mental health of nurses, a scoping review. Nobody deserves to dread their once loved career and not want to go to work because of workplace bullying. Bullying can be defined as a repetitive Bullying can be defined as a repetition of unwelcomed and cynical behavior that is targeted at embarrassing and bringing a distress to an individual. It's also a practice whereby a person purposely and repeatedly displays an aggressive behavior that causes harm and discomfort to another person. And it has become a common recurring behavior within the nursing workplace, thus affecting the victim's health and well-being and leading to a decreased quality of care to our patients. What does workplace bullying actually entails? It entails emotional abandonment, harassment, aggression and mistreatment, incivility, as well as violent treatments. The World Health Organization has noticed an increasing prevalence of bullying to nurses, an average of 87.4%, and that it is despite the growing awareness of workplace bullying and the effective measures that are available to deal with that. So the aim of our study was to map the available evidence on the effect of bullying in the workplace on the mental health of nurses, and that was according to our PCC, where we involved the nurses under the context of the workplace and the concept of the effect on the bullying on mental health. Our objectives were to assess the prevalence on the mental health issues, the types of mental health challenges that arises, the types of bullying causing higher prevalence, to explore the measures to alleviate the effects, and also to investigate the effectiveness of such measures. So we conducted a scoping review in order to simplify the important concepts and definitions, to investigate the scope of publications, to record research approaches on the topic, to analyze the main aspects associated with the concept, and to isolate and study the knowledge gaps. So our review question was, what evidence is available on the effect of bullying in the workplace on the mental health of our nurses? So that was our eligibility criteria. We used an inclusion and exclusion criteria. We included the time frame between 2014 and 2024. We included in the articles that were written in English and excluded the full text that were in foreign languages. And we included the academic journals focusing on the workplace, the healthcare facilities, the hospitals, the public and private hospitals, and excluded the residential facilities and the occupational facilities as examples down there, and the concept of workplace bullying. And it also excluded the nursing managers and excluded nursing students, but included the nurses, because nurses are the ones who are on the floor experiencing more bullying. They're the first line of bullying most of the time. That's why we included them. So that was our bullying search string that showed us our databases where we got our articles from. And throughout the screening and selection process, we kept in mind our PCC, the eligibility criteria, the review question. We discussed and consulted our supervisors in decision making. So that was our Prisma flow diagram. And from the records that we identified from the databases, we got 195 articles, and we used Ryan to remove 7 duplicates, and it thus left us with 188 articles that we screened from there, and we excluded 129 articles, and we were left with 59 articles that were sought for retrieval, and only 6 was not able to be retrieved. So we got left with 53 articles that underwent full text assessment for eligibility, and under that we then excluded 18 articles that were not in line with our PCC and 2 that were duplicates. Then we were left with the studies to review that were 33. So that is our data extraction form. And the characteristics of our study, which is the prevalence of mental health issues amongst nurses due to bullying in the workplace, the types of mental health challenges that arise when nurses experience bullying in the workplace, the types of bullying that causes a high prevalence of mental health issues amongst nurses in the workplace, and the measures to alleviate the bullying in the workplace on the mental health of nurses, as well as effectiveness of such measures. And that is an example of the extraction table. And now for data analysis, we used a quantitative analysis with descriptive statistics to identify the key characteristics, the recurring patterns, populations, and knowledge gaps. Common percentages and frequencies were used to quantify the countries of origin, the years of publication, the included populations and sample sizes, the study characteristics, as well as a number and types of research approaches and designs. So now moving on to our results. That is a world heat map that shows the years of publications. And as you can see, more researches were done on the global north than on the global south, which shows that there is more research gap on the global south. And the bar graph there, it shows the research approaches that we found in our research, and most quantitative research approaches were found there. And there is a line graph that shows the years of publications. And as you can see on 2021, there was a peak of research. And in one of the articles, that is a line graph showing the years of publication. And on 2021, there was a peak of research. And in one of the articles that we read, it mentioned that the peak can be due to COVID-19, which placed an extra strain on the nurses, thus more workplace bullying was experienced. Now there is a pie chart. It shows the affected populations, with professional nurses or registered nurses being the ones that are most affected by workplace bullying. Now these are the types of mental health issues with anxiety-related disorders, mood disorders, and burnout and occupational stress being the most prevalent ones. And there is a word cloud. It shows the types of bullying. And as you can see, verbal is written in bold. That is actually the silent killer like diabetes. It can kill you because someone cannot tell that you are undergoing bullying. You can just only die from the inside. So yeah. And under the discussion of results, the most prevalent health issues that were identified, as I've mentioned before, were anxiety-related disorders, depressive disorders, as well as the burnout. And the majority of studies were done in high and middle income countries as listed below. And the most prevalent form of abuse was verbal abuse, as I've mentioned. And the research gaps that we identified were the high prevalence in specific departments in our workplaces, the omission of numerical statistics, as well as the effective measures to alleviate such. In conclusion, our scoping review was able to map the available evidence according to our PCC, with the main findings being a high prevalence of workplace bullying, which causes a decline in the mental health of our nurses, thus leading to a poor quality care of our patients and being blamed for the poor quality in our hospitals and clinics. In conclusion, the next question that we as young researchers asked was, what measures are in place to alleviate the mental health issues caused by the workplace bullying amongst our nurses, and how effective are they? And also, who are the perpetrators of this workplace bullying that negatively impact the mental health of our beautiful nurses? Yes. So for recommendations, we recommend a more inclusive sampling with a wider coverage of age, gender, race, and experience. We recommend a qualitative and mixed method research designed to be used as systematic reviews on the effects of bullying, the consideration of organizational factors, the identification of vulnerable groups, and the measures to alleviate their burdens. So on our record, the librarian was consulted and biases were addressed by co-checking the sources selection, and the selection and screening procedure was done according to JPI synthesis, and Ryan was used to remove duplicates of articles, as I've mentioned before, and us as the whole group, we screened the articles, and a list of articles was documented on a Google spreadsheet. For ethical consideration, our HS rank number was there. We were granted a waiver, and human rights were not threatened in our research as no human participants were involved, and the moral decision making was based on the virtue-based approach with the following values followed. Now, I was not an island when I was doing this research. I'm just the only one available today. So these are the names of my group members: Sister Zinzibonga, Sister myself, Silisha Charani, Sister Elsie Danso, Sister Shibongani Mlambo, Sister Nel Mudisani, Sister Tando Miaka, Sister Ayanda Pokolo, and Sister Humasaram Van Beek. And we would like to acknowledge our beautiful supervisor, who is very strict, Dr. Sheisfeld, and the course supervisor, who is actually a mental health nurse, Dr. MJ Mudula, and our librarian, Ms. A. Dubris. So, our workplace is very important to us. It's our only place where we can be able to excel. It's not going to be good one day to go to the hospital or a clinic and you don't find a sister because she is admitted in a Vescopis hospital because of bullying. So please stop bullying our beautiful nurses and stop bullying us in our workplace. These were our references. Thank you.
Thank you, our beautiful nurse, Silisima. So our next presenters are from Sport and Exercise, and then their topic is reporting on exercise descriptors in mental health interventions in university students, a scoping review. So the presenters are A. Ferreira, El Sonebul, M. Fisahi, Seatland, and the supervisor is Ms. Fallet. Over to you guys.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Leon
Liani, and this is Carly, and our topic today is reporting on exercise descriptors in mental health interventions in university students, a scoping review. This is just our table of contents. So 1/5 of students worldwide experiences mental health disorders, particularly anxiety and depression. University students are especially vulnerable because they face many challenges and stresses. Challenges like academic pressure, uncertainty about their future, and financial challenges. Studies also show that students who are constantly physically active tend to be happier, less anxious, and more resilient. Now let's look at exercise descriptors, which is a key part of our review. This includes duration, which is how long the activity is, frequency, how often it is done, intensity, how hard the activity is, type, for example, aerobic or resistance training, and the mode of delivery. Is it in a group, individual, or even online training? This is crucial for the distinct characteristics of exercise elements in mental health. There is, however, a gap in how well these exercise descriptors are being reported in studies. Many interventions don't clearly explain or describe these exercise elements. There's also limited attention to these details by editors or reviewers, and this inconsistency makes it harder to replicate or compare studies. Our aim was to determine which exercise descriptors are being reported in mental health interventions in university students, and our objective was to identify and describe the exercise descriptors reported in mental health interventions. So we conducted a scoping review and followed the Johanna Briggs Institute guidelines. We also used a PRISMA checklist to guide our data collection, and a PRISMA flow diagram helped us track how many studies were included, excluded, and why. And this method helped us explore the available information on the topic. So using the PCC framework, we included studies that met the following criteria. For population, students with anxiety and depression. Concept, exercise or physical activity as a treatment, and context. Studies published between 2014 and 2024 and only in outpatient settings. We also excluded non-English articles and duplicates. We used multiple databases, including African-wide information, ERIC, and Medline. And these are just a few of our search strategy keywords. Our screening was done in phases. So during every phase, 2 pairs of reviewers handled the screening, and a third reviewer resolved any of the disagreements. So a pilot review was done to align criteria. So reviewer 1 and 2 first screened 5 articles on Ryan and Excel. The blind was then turned off and compared to make sure the same eligibility criteria was followed. Initial screening of the titles and abstracts was based on the PCC framework, and full text was based on the TDIR. This is a checklist. This checklist is a tool to help ensure comprehensive reporting of interventions in university students in studies. This checklist includes items like who provided it, how it was delivered, and how it was modified. To reduce bias, we also included a librarian. During the initial and full text screening, reviewers worked independently using the Ryan software. Blind screening was also used to ensure objectivity and that the reviewers weren't influenced by each other. The third reviewer also resolved any of the conflicts.
In our results, according to the PRISMA flow diagram, we identified 120 articles and removed 8. During the screening phase, we screened 112 according to the title and abstract and excluded 65. 47 of the articles were screened according to the full text, where we excluded 24. And finally, our study included 23 articles total. There was a variety of study designs, including but not limited to a cross-sectional study, which is 22%, randomized controlled trial, 17%, meta-analysis, 13%, experimental, 9%, and finally, 39% of the articles did not mention their design. We identified many exercise methods where aerobic activity was used the most, with a total of 7 out of the 23 articles, and high-intensity interval training was used the least, with only 1. During our search, we identified a multitude of exercise descriptors, and to highlight a few, individual and group-based exercise was found in 14 articles, intensity in 10, and reps, however, was only in 1, and sets was in none of the articles. Comparing our results with other populations and conditions regarding sets and reps, we found that sets and reps was not in either university students or adolescents and adults, according to Farag et al., Ruiz, Rans, and Asin Esquerdo. Regarding intensity, according to Muir et al., moderate to vigorous intensity was reported on in 43% of the articles in university students. In older adults with multi-morbidities, 70% reported moderate intensity according to Forsyth et al. 53% of moderate continuous intensity was reported in overweight children and adolescents according to Tozo et al. And finally, Klemmer et al. States 22% of light intensity was reported on in adolescents with depression. Regarding group-based interventions, Jeftik et al. And McDowell et al. Claim 61% of the articles reported improved psychological and social connection in university students. And there was a decrease in depressive and anxiety symptoms in 44% of articles in adolescents, according to Klemmer et al. We also found that group-based interventions displayed additional psychological advantage because a social setting enhanced mental health, whereas individual treatments emphasized flexibility and accessibility. However, a combined approach of both individual and group-based interventions may be the most effective. According to Lin et al. And Lee et al., evidence-based exercise is the best way to enhance mental health. There is, however, considerable variations in how exercise descriptors are reported on and used. This raises concern for application, replication, and comparison. In conclusion, there is a favorable benefit of physical activity on anxiety and depressive symptoms, which is consistent with evidence from a wide range of age and diagnostic groups, according to Yang et al., Stubbs et al., and Niklasen et al. Our main finding is that there is a diversity of exercise modalities and delivery techniques. There is also a wide range of interventions. 57% of articles reported on exercise types such as aerobic, muscle strengthening, and yoga. We also find a wide variety of formats from individual online sessions to group-based in-person classes. Some descriptors were more frequently reported on, namely frequency, which is 57%, duration 65%, and intensity 43%. The descriptors less reported on include sets, which is 0, and progression strategies, 26%. We identified a significant gap. 83% of exercise descriptors are poorly reported on, and this lack of detail can impact replication and real-world application. This scoping review can function as a foundation for additional clinical research aimed at exploring more into the reliability and effectiveness of exercise descriptors in mental health interventions in university students, as well as improve reporting in mental health interventions. The limitations was the number of articles of the study and that there was no specific framework. We recommend we use one standardized framework by combining, for example, the SAT and FIT principles into one standardized framework. Thank you. And these are just our references.
Okay, thank you, Kali and Liani. Our next presentation is going to be online. And then the title is self-care. Okay, fine. Before that, they are also from the School of Nursing. And then the title is Self-Care Strategies Amongst Nurses Working in Intensive Care Units, a Scoping Review. So the presenters are E. Bega, S. Klupe, N. Masuku, M. Mukhosi, N. Gonya, C. Osthuizen, M. van der Westhuizen, and M. Chimanga. The supervisor is Ms. K.L. Manjinja and Mrs. A. Verma.
Greetings to the panelists, the participants, the research supervisors, and the organizers. I am Nila Chimanga, along with Salamine Kuta, and today we'll be presenting on self-care strategies amongst nurses working in intensive care unit scoping review. Before we begin with the presentation, I'd like to pose a critical question to everybody who's listening. If healthcare professionals are unable to take care of themselves, should they be allowed to take care of you? Self-care is defined as the promotion of health and well-being using curated strategies. Panoramic circulars found that 33% of ICU nurses manifest symptoms of severe burnout. Improper self-care leads to poor nurse well-being, which also affects staff retention and the quality of patient care. Our study addresses the knowledge gap in self-care strategies amongst ICU nurses.
The aim of our study was to explore and identify the available information regarding self-care strategies amongst nurses. Our population were professional nurses, concepts for self-care strategies, and our context for intensive care units. Our objectives were to bridge the knowledge gap on effective self-care strategies specific to ICU environments, to identify factors that influence nurses' self-care, to determine the causes of insufficient self-care, and to examine psychological, physical, and organizational self-care strategies. We chose a scoping review design. This allowed exploration of worldwide evidence for screening, recognizes knowledge gaps, reviews peer-reviewed and grey matter research, and reviews already available research. Whereas a systematic review verifies if current practices are based on high standard evidence. It also answers a specific research question by synthesizing evidence. Our review question asks, what self-care strategies are used by nurses working in the intensive care units? Our question is aligned with the title and the PCC. Here is our scoping review framework. It can be found in the Joanna Briggs Institute manual, and it just shows the steps that we use to write our scoping review. On this table, you can see our eligibility criteria. For population, we included permanently employed professional nurses and excluded caseworkers. For the context, we included healthy strategies and excluded unhealthy habits or coping mechanisms. Our context was intensive care units, and we excluded neonatal and pediatric ICUs. The type of evidence sources that we included were scientific research articles, books with scientific and scholarly content, and national and international research reports. We then excluded open content encyclopedias. Our language was English, and we excluded all foreign languages. In our search strategy, we use databases like Academic Search Ultimate, Sinal, Nursing and Academic Edition, and then our keywords to find our articles were coping or personal resources, resilient, mindful, and self-maintenance, also ICU or intensive care, and then also nurse. We had a book review as part of our additional source of information, and our time frame was for the last 10 years, which was 2014 to 2025. The review question was kept in mind throughout our screening and selection process. The research team worked in pairs of two, and a supervisor, a third party, was consulted to resolve disagreements. The Prisma flowchart was then completed accordingly. We received 96 articles from our librarian. 2 were removed due to being duplicates. We then looked at the title and abstract of 94 articles and excluded 62. From the 32 articles, we could not find 4 of them in full text, so we then only looked at 28 full text articles. We removed 6 for wrong concept, 1 for wrong concept, and 1 for wrong population, and 1 was a dissertation. We then included 19 articles in our scoping review. The review question guided the data extraction process. Our PCC framework informed our key elements. The articles were marked amongst the pairs, and our Excel spreadsheet organized the key elements. Here you can see an example of our data extraction form on Excel. So our data analysis was a quantitative descriptive data analysis. It described context and characteristic frequency counts. It summarized sources of the evidence, aligned the evidence with scoping review objectives, data sorted in accordance with methods, examining trends and values. Our data was synthesized into thematic categories. Now to start with our results. This is a line graph showing the years of publication, with 2024 being the year with the most publications. Our radar chart that shows the types of studies and the number of each looks a little bit like a Doberman, but it shows our qualitative study, literature review, and descriptive qualitative phenomenological studies were the most types of studies. Here is a world heat map showing the countries of origin, the United States giving us 13 articles, South Africa 3 articles, and then Egypt, Iran, and Brazil each 1 article. The road chart shows the kinds of self-care practices identified, with practicing gratitude being the most, and then exercise, mindfulness techniques, and self-motivation and self-compassion at a close second.
Here we have a word cloud depicting the concepts that were identified in the articles that were used in our study, with self-care being the most prominent concept. This is a pie chart showing the different contexts and their numbers, with intensive care unit being the most prevalent context, accounting for 58% of our articles. Here we have a picture chart showing the different kinds of populations identified in the articles, with professional nurses accounting for the most prominent populations.
Here are the reasons for insufficient self-care amongst nurses, with burnout, stress, and COVID-19 being the most high.
The review question answered a definite yes. We found that most studies were conducted in the United States of America, that the most prevalent strategy themes were physiological, psychological, and organizational strategy. On the steps, it was unclear to us whether the problem increased or decreased over the years. There were no definite statistics on nurses experiencing poor self-care, and we did not know the efficacy of identified self-care practices. The lack of managerial support was the main contributing factor in poor self-care strategies. You can't pour from an empty cup. Take care of yourself first. We recommend that more scoping reviews can be done on self-care strategies. Other research designs can be utilized, such as systematic review. We encourage more nurses to conduct research on self-care, as well as proactively participate in research. Self-care practices that have been identified should be implemented, and we can broaden our population search to other demographics like students. In that, institutions should include self-care strategies in undergraduate nursing curricula. We pose a new question for future researchers. What is the efficacy of the identified self-care strategy amongst nurses working in intensive care units? We adhere to the following steps to ensure rigor of our study. We obtained a waiver from the HS rep, and that's our waiver number. We use the ICAI virtue-based approach, which means that we ensured that there was honesty shown through correct referencing and respect guided our group collaboration process. These are our group members. We would like to thank and acknowledge the following people. And these are our references. To close, remember, take care of yourself before you have to take care of yourself. Thank you.
Okay, the next group that is going to present now, they're also presenting online, and they're from physiotherapy, and their title is Associations between Socio-Demographic Factors, General Health Information, and Physical Well-being of Patients living with Cancer in the Free State. And then the presenters are C. Sivenska, E. Jubet, M. Mushamunyani, TL Manager, and Supervisor is Ms. C. Standard, and Prof. R. Banis.
It is my privilege to be presenting our research. Association between social demographic factors, general health information, and physical well-being of patients living with cancer in the Free State. Behind every cancer statistic is a person whose quality of life matters just as much as their survival. Cancer is the second leading cause of death globally, and the number of cases is expected to double. In South Africa, cancer is responsible for 10% of all fatalities, making it a major public health concern. Most commonly diagnosed cancers in South Africa include breast cancer, prostate cancer, and basal cell carcinoma. Beyond survival rates, cancer profoundly impacts healthy life and quality of life, a multidimensional concept that reflects the impact of an individual's health status on the overall well-being. The G questionnaire is a widely validated tool used globally, evaluating healthy life and quality of life across 4 domains: physical, emotional, social, and functional well-being. Our study specifically focused on the physical well-being domain. There is limited knowledge on healthy life and quality of life, specifically physical well-being in cancer patients. Previous studies assessed healthy life and quality of life, but only reported total scores and not associations with patient factors. Physical well-being is crucial for maintaining independent and daily functioning. Lack of specific data hinders tailored patient-centered care. This study addresses the gap by investigating associations between socio-demographic factors, general health information, and physical well-being. This study forms part of a larger research project that aims to determine and describe the socio-demographic information and healthy life and quality of life of individuals living with cancer and treated at universities and next in the Free State. The objectives of our study are to determine associations between socio-demographic information and physical well-being in the targeted population, as well as to determine association between general health information and physical well-being in the targeted population. We used a descriptive cross-sectional design which allowed us to gather data at one point in time to examine associations between variables. Our study included patients diagnosed with various types of cancer that led to more attending the oncology clinic at universities and needs. Convenient sampling was used to reach as many eligible patients as possible within the 3 months data collection period. As shown on the presentation, the following inclusion and exclusion criteria was applied to our study. Data was created using 2 questionnaires. The first one is the G questionnaire with a physical well-being subscale consisting of 7 items with the total physical well-being score ranging from 0 to 28. A high score indicates better physical well-being. The second questionnaire gathered information on socio-demographics and general health as indicated on the slide. A pilot study was conducted in January 2024 with the same format as the main study. No changes were made after the pilot study, therefore the data was included in the study. From February to April 2025, data was collected by the 4th physiotherapy students. The questionnaire is self-administered with researcher assistance being needed. Data was captured electronically using RedCap and was analyzed by the Department of Biostatistics of the University of the Free State. Validity, reliability, and trustworthiness was ensured to the main study. The study was done in accordance to the Declaration of Health Needs of 1964 and Public Act regulations. Ethical clearance was obtained from the Health Sciences Research Ethics Committee and the Free State Department of Health. The information will be stored for 10 years and all the participants sign an info. Next, I will be discussing our results. A total of 864 questionnaires were analyzed. Looking at socio-demographic information, the median age was 57.5 years and consisted of mostly females. 38.7% were married, nearly half had completed secondary schooling, and just over a third of the population were pensioners. In terms of general health information, comorbidities were common, with hypertension having the highest percentage of 42.9%, followed by arthritis and diabetes.
29.6% of our population had breast cancer, making it the most common cancer among our population, followed by cervical cancer and prostate cancer. 49.7% underwent chemotherapy, followed by radiation and surgery. In terms of the Fact G questionnaire, 861 participants completed the physical well-being sub-area. The median value was 18, with the lower quartile being 12 and the upper quartile being 23.2. Employment status had significant association with physical well-being, with unemployment having a p-value of less than 0 and working full-time and part-time having values of 0. The study also found significant associations between physical well-being and types of cancer. Cervical cancer had a p-value of 0 and lung cancer a value of 0.04. Cancer treatments showed statistical significance, with no treatment having a p-value of less than 0 and chemotherapy having a value of 0. Having presented our results, I will now be discussing what these findings mean. The median age was 57.5 years, which is consistent with other research indicating that cancer increasingly affects individuals in the late 50s and early 60s, particularly sub-Saharan Africa. Females who made up most of our sample tend to experience higher symptom intensity and poorer physical health during treatment compared to men. This underlines the importance of sex-specific approaches to cancer care. In terms of marital status, most participants were married. Studies consistently indicate that married patients have better survival outcomes because they have emotional support that may improve treatment adherence. Also noted lower education correlates with poorer health literacy, delayed diagnosis, and higher cancer mortality rate. Comorbidities were highly prevalent in our sample, with hypertension being most common. Prior research indicates that comorbidities reduces physical and emotional well-being that can negatively affect treatment-related outcomes. Employment could be linked to better physical well-being scores, since employment may provide financial stability that improves health-related quality of life. Unemployment may lead to decreased confidence and social isolation, explaining why unemployment was associated with poorer outcomes. When we looked at associations with different cancer types, studies indicated that cervical cancer patients have difficulty with daily activities, which substantially reduces their health-related quality of life. Lung cancer patients often struggle to remain physically independent, which may result in long-term effects on health-related quality of life. Chemotherapy and no treatment were both associated with lower physical well-being. Since chemotherapy often causes fatigue, pain, and weakness, and patients receiving no treatment might have advanced disease for poor symptom management. With regards to the Fact G, studies have demonstrated that higher physical well-being scores are associated with lower mortality risk. This underlines the importance of promoting physical activity in cancer care, as this can influence both health-related quality of life and survival outcomes. Patients to identify is that our study was conducted at one hospital only with a short data collection period of under 3 months, and the sampling method used may not fully represent the wider population. Recommendations for future research would be to expand to multiple hospitals and provinces for a more natural representation. Take part in collaborative research with other provinces or universities and make a team use of standardized health-related quality of life tools in clinical practice. This study provides valuable evidence that physical well-being in cancer patients is significantly influenced by socio-demographic factors, cancer type, and treatment procedure. Addressing these factors requires patient-centered, multidisciplinary interventions. Physiotherapists are one of the key contributors, since we play a vital role in restoring mobility and reducing treatment-related side effects. Looking ahead, these findings can guide future research and clinical practice, improve physical well-being, and a subscale of health-related quality of life. We would like to thank Mrs. Sander and Jean Blanche for the guidance and support. provides statistics departments for the data analysis, and the us annex for allowing us to conduct the research at the facilities. Our fellow official students that contributed to the data collection process, and lastly, the research participants without whom this research would not have been possible. These are our references. Thank you very much.
Okay, the last group to present, they are also from sports exercise, and then their title is strength training exercise descriptor, reporting in both case exercise interventions, a scoping review. The presenter's name is B. Labushakne, N. Kumalo, N. Insafu, B. Craver, R. September, and the supervisors are Ms. M. Moore and Ms. L. Fallet.
Good day, everyone. Our first topic is strengthening exercise sector, supporting in breast cancer expert interventions and disease program review. Introduction. Breast cancer is the most prevalent type of cancer worldwide, and it affects the healthcare system due to its treatment. In 2020, there were 2.10 million reported breast cancer cases. Long-term side effects after breast cancer treatment include muscle weakness, fatigue, and etc. Experts intervention, especially from training, are safe and needed to affect the side effects. Some benefits of strong training for breast cancer patients include improved recomposition as well as decreased fatigue. Strength training exercise descriptors, also known as STEPS, should be comprehensively and consistently recorded when prescribing exercises, and includes that include exercise made, repetitions, and etc. Guidelines are in place to report states of exercise interventions by inconsistencies, cases in the exercise and sport medicine rehabilitation. Therefore, complete states are essential. Our aim and objectives. The aim is to determine which states are currently being recorded in breast cancer rehabilitation research, and the objective is to identify and describe the states currently being recorded in breast cancer rehabilitation research. For methods, for the methods section, we conducted a student review to map the states which recorded in breast cancer rehabilitation research to obtain an ethical legal from each expert. Our student review was conducted in line with GDI manual, PRISMA checklist, as well as PRISMA blue diagram. Here are the questions we used and the databases which participants came from. The PCC framework was used to determine the inclusion criteria, where the population was diagnosed mostly breast cancer. Concept was that a content had to include at least one space and be according to the definition of sport training. For context, it was outpatient settings, and for additional regulation for primary studies only, no reviews or percent literature from previous years. The review process involved training on client. A pilot stage was done, and the team we approached involved 5 independent reviewers. The title and abstract training included independent use training, the title and abstract training strategies were resolved with discussion. It's not the same. Hello. Here's the review process. The review process involves training on client, A pilot study was done and the team-based approach was struck independent training. The title and abstract training included independently studying the title and abstract and discrepancies were resolved within discussion. First training was used to scan the fact and articles. The other step was plain text training and the reverse independence from different assurance and discrepancies were once again resolved within discussion. For data checking, the reverse extracted data from the sources. They check that articles to ensure accuracy. The reverse were changed to use the Excel sheet. The checking tables were updated where applicable. The reverse then checked the data of each other to look for accuracies. Well, for measures to reduce the risk of bias, collaboration with an experienced applicants ensure high-quality selection of studies, training on the use of trial software as mentioned previously, the use of JPI manual and personal scanning checklists as mentioned earlier and independent scanning. For results and discussion, screening process, the personal background usually presents the screening process done by the researchers. Initially, 160 articles from 160 different databases were found. Duplicate records were removed for scanning and left the researchers with 129 articles. The researchers acquired the abstracts and read through them all with the blind function for all time. The researchers excluded 47 articles and were left with 82 for the full text training. 42 records were excluded for various reasons and researchers were only left with 6 records. Characteristics of edited articles. 65% of articles had more or less 50 participants and an average of 110 participants. The mean age was 50 years and ranged from early to older adulthood. Most experts reported an exhibition mentioned that aged from 11 to 20 weeks. Reported stats per included articles. This figure illustrates the reporting frequency of state across faculty articles. The number of descriptors reported per article ranged from a minimum of 6 to a maximum of 2842 possible states. Frequency of each reported state from the 48 articles. Here is a figure which clearly illustrates which states were most and least reported throughout our sources. There were 6 states mostly reported, namely experimental period, extensive competitions, sales frequency, and supervision. Now I will discuss the details of 6 mostly reported states. This figure shows the duration of experimental period ranging from a single day to 24 weeks. The most frequent reported experimental period was 12 weeks. This figure then demonstrates the exact names reported within the articles. The leftmost being the most commonly reported ancient articles, followed by benchmarks in mentioned articles. Then this figure represents the repetitions reported in articles with more than 12 repetitions being the most commonly reported. Then this figure shows the number of sets reported in study literature, with the sets being the most common. This figure shows the frequency reported in articles with previous a week being the most reported. Then this figure demonstrates the supervision reported in articles where 72% of articles reported supervised intervention. Here are three similarities where we compare the previous studies. Korea et al. 2023 determines the best adaptation in hypertension patients as seen in 12-week intervention which correlates with our findings. Makara et al. 2021 found that sets and types were most reported states with like as a patient, which also aligns with our 6 top states. Carrera Hidalgo exported maintain frequency set and as the most reported states with cardiovascular disease patients, which also aligns with our top 6 states. Figures et al. 2019 found intensity and frequency and the most reported states reported in cancer. Surveillance, the frequency states aligns with our values, which intensity also being reported. Here are 3 differences when it comes to previous studies. Both et al. 2018 found that muscle action versus eccentric and concentric were application reported in ACL and muscle injuries, but in our study, just only 83% of articles. These et al. 2016 found that with the arthritis patients, the optimal level of programs
The efficacy of threats to penetration is still unclear, but in our findings, supervision of 5% for intensity was in the 10% of articles. Related to case as of 2015 found in manifest opportunity 8 feet, which is frequency, intensity, and time. For excellent studies, we found this that was still recorded between 75 to 90% for particles. Therefore, there was poor inadequate reporting of states can impact the quality and total applicability of rehabilitation. There is a need for standardized reporting and the lab. Therefore, there will need to difficulty in indicating the extent interventions in precise rehabilitation. In 2020, there is a significant gap in the review of states in breast cancer. Rehabilitation research, there are extensive evidence-based rehabilitation protocols and meeting baselines for future comparisons. Overall, in both states, reporting investors and health research proves that commits to maximize patient health benefits enable more uniform study, comparison, and elevated accuracy and stability of findings. A few limitations we discovered only studies published within the past 5 years were considered as a result of just being reviewed by the quality was not evaluated. While 40 studies were included, the number of field limit the breadth of interpretation, particularly in the fields with people doing all their best research. The recommendations includes developing and implementing uniform checklists for project site interventions, as this will enhance clarity about intervention research and improve the surface. Here's our take-home messages. Just references and thank you.
Okay, now before we can go to the Q&A, I'd just like to acknowledge the presence of the supervisors in here. Then after that, just bear in mind that there might be some of the students that won't be able to answer the questions, most especially the physiotherapy ones, because I'm not sure if the supervisor is online or not. So for now, if there are any questions, you can ask.
Hi, my name is Daphne, and I want to ask Ms. Chahani about bullying at work. Okay, so I was just asking, what are the methods of rehabilitation for people who've been bullied at work? Like, how can people deal with bullying? Because, and also, I want to ask if, okay. My name is Daphne. Okay, so I was asking about bullying at work. So I know it's about nurses, but obviously it sounded personal to me. Okay, so I wanted to ask if there's a way about the methods of rehabilitation for people who've been bullied at work. And also, I want to ask about that behavior of bullying. I saw with my ex-boss that we find that she's bullying me, but she's bullying me because I saw, directly, in front of me, she was being bullied by her own boss. So it's like that behavior is being passed down to other people. And then now I find myself behaving like that, maybe not severely, but I find myself doing that. So that's why I want to ask about rehabilitation. How can you go about, the solutions? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, and I'm sorry that you removed it. We haven't really studied on the rehabilitative measures, so I cannot thoroughly give you an answer on that. But on my side as a nurse, I don't remember us at the hospital having rehabilitative services, which is why I think our research was important, so that research gaps on that question you asked could be filled, and a change could be there. Yeah. On that repetitive thing that you're talking about, I also see it when it comes to the doctors, especially the consultants. They agree, the doctors at the hospital, which is something that needs to be dealt with, and rehabilitative measures need to be there. Yeah.
Hi again, I am Chubeli. I have a question for the students who presented on the Achilles injuries. So I watch a lot of NBA and sports analysis that come with it. So my question is really a curiosity question. So over the past few years, they realized that athletes who have rehabilitated from Achilles injuries are susceptible to calf tears in the other leg. So in your opinion, why do you think that would be the case if your study showed that part of the rehabilitation process includes calf exercises?
Thank you for your question. We've seen a lot in our line of work. The thing we see a lot is compensation. That's why on the other leg, usually you get injuries. I feel like, especially at the start of rehabilitation, you'll focus more on the injured leg, not necessarily not doing any exercise with the uninjured leg, but you do more reps and sets with the injured leg because you get muscle atrophy. Obviously you have to manage that to be able to rehabilitate that. So a lot of the time, people, I want to say, neglect the uninjured one. And while obviously if they're in the moon good, if they're not rehabilitated from phase 0, they're obviously going to compensate on the other leg. And because of not being focusing on that leg, it can happen that we get calf tears.
I want to add to that also, if you think the injured leg was obviously injured, so maybe the athlete could have focused more on using the uninjured leg, especially with like jumping and landing. I'm trying to not injure the injured leg again because it's scared of re-injuring it. So then maybe the uninjured side could have took more load and then, yeah, that's it.
We have more questions? There's a question in the back.
Yeah, I see that everybody used a Prisma systematic review, and that's quite interesting. It's like a standard for the health science faculty. My question is, usually when I'm doing it, my initial search string will return searches of over 2,000. And then I see you have to go through the process of the abstract and the title screening. So I wanted to find out from any of you actually, was any of the process automated or was everything manual?
I don't know if it answers your question, but all of us went to a librarian and she helped us set up the search terms. And I think we ran a few search screens to see how many articles we could get. And then we chose the one we were most satisfied with the number of articles that we got. And the ones we thought the terms were applicable for the study.
And we also used the Ryan.
I was just about to ask, I saw that, I guess it was your presentation where you mentioned, right? Is that like an application or is it like Zotero?
I think I will give Anna-Marie the mic so that she can answer that.
No, I don't want to take anything from the students. They did all the work, but the answer is contact your librarian. The librarian's role in the systematic review and scoping review is spelled out in the Prisma, what's it called? Yeah, the first one, the Prisma statement. So I would suggest you speak to your librarian so that you don't get 2,000, that's not relevant, but that you sit with your students back and forth, get the search strategy where you get exactly what you need. So that's all I can say is speak to your librarian. Right.
Okay, thank you, Anna-Marie. More questions?
seems like there isn't any. So what I will do now, I'll ask the supervisors from the health sciences, because I can see that I have one from sports and exercise, and I also have one from medicine. If they can please come to the front to give our presenters the certificates of appreciation. I think the presenters can come to the front to stand here while Ms. Bowman is giving you the certificates so that the photos can come out nice. Okay, okay, Ms. Bowman, can you please give the certificate for CVCN? To CVCN, the other group members are not here. And then for sports and exercise also, maybe then if they have more to give. To all the presenters, now I'll give the mic to the program director.
Okay, thank you so much. Beautiful presentation from our health sciences. And now we'll be taking a short break, a very, very short break, to give a chance for our panel to... Oh, okay, I'm so behind. All right. Okay, they are very quick, chop. They are done actually. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Naika. Mr. Naika?
The faculty members just need to...
All right, colleagues, there were a couple of categories. After Mr. Naka's vote of thanks, we'll get all the results.
Thank you, Program Director, and good afternoon, colleagues. I know we had a long day. The adjudicators, I can see the exhaustion in their eyes. So, on behalf of the Library Information Services, I would like to just thank you all for your presence. I would like to thank you all for your patience. We had all the interruptions within the program, which was managed really carefully. On behalf of our Library Director, I would like to extend our gratitude to our DVC of Research, Innovation and Postgraduate Studies, Prof. Reddy, for supporting the initiatives that promote undergraduate and honors research and scholarly engagement. To our Library Director, I want to thank her for her support and the initiative of this whole project, which has been happening for 3 years. It started off as the best assignment while she was the Deputy Director, and it progressed. Since I've been here in 2021, it progressed to a conference seminar and then became a conference, so it's evolving. So we are evolving with the times, and I think it's important to mention that. It started off very small, and I think Jeanette had mentioned once before that it started off with 3 assignments, and now it's become a conference. So I think we have to actually pat ourselves on the back for that, because it's a huge milestone that we've made. Our special thanks to our guest speaker, Prof. Viljoen. I think he gave us food for thought, and in terms of the transition into the AI world, he's given us some food for thought. To our academics that supported us in this project, I want to say thank you, and the supervisors as well. I think you play an important role in encouraging students to be part of this project. To our catering team, thank you. I think the catering and the decor looks really, really nice, so thank you to the catering team. To our multimedia team, I want to say a very big thank you. I think people don't realize the behind the scenes that happens with these projects. To the multimedia team who's in the back, a huge thank you to you. And to the marketing team of the library, I want to extend a huge thank you from, and this is personal and from the entire library services, because we've given you the runaround in the past 2 weeks. So I think that is something that I want to really acknowledge from my side as the Deputy Director. To our library information services, to all that have helped to make this function a success, I want to say thank you to you. To the chairs of the session, I just want to say, colleagues, for the chairs of the sessions, for some of them it was their first time ever that they chaired a session, and I want you to give them a hand. As much as it's a learning curve for students, it's also a learning curve for us, where we are also learning in the process. So it's a two-way street. To the adjudication panel, I want them to stand up, because I want you to see them. I think they are really... Prof. Lewis, Dr. Davids, and Dr. Mohase. Thank you very much. I know it's a very strenuous thing, it's a difficult thing to do, to be unbiased as well. So thank you for that. And the program directors, I want to say thank you to the program directors, they've done a wonderful job. And to the teaching and learning team, the organizing committee, I think I'd like you to come to the front. I think you've done a wonderful job in making this conference a success. So teaching and learning team, I would like you to come forward. So this is the team, colleagues, that have made so they've worked very hard, they've been scolded along the line, they've been scolded me along the line, so I think it's important to acknowledge them that there's a lot of work that has been, and the planning starts in October of the previous year. So I think they've done a good job. Thank you, colleagues. Last but not least, to all the presenters. If it wasn't for you, this function wouldn't happen. So all presenters, well done. And yeah, I hope you encourage other students in the future years. I think this is something, it's a start, and we hope that the academics, the vice deans, teaching and learning as well, I hope we are able to reach out to them going forward so that we make this a more bigger event, or maybe a 2-day event. I think sometimes a day is not enough, so we can possibly have a 2-day event. So I would like to, and I will be engaging with the vice deans of teaching and learning to see how we could take this forward. As Jeanette has mentioned in the morning in a welcome speech, we are looking, from this conference, we're looking at an academic roundtable to take this forward, in publishing papers, and there's other projects that we have underway. I'm going to hand you over back to the program director now to do the presentation of the prizes, and Jeanette will come forward as well, and we will announce the winners of the day. Everybody is a winner, but it's just that we have to have the first, second, and third. And I think every presentation, I was really, really impressed. Every presentation was good, and the level of presentations were extremely high. So I've come from other universities, and I do a comparison. I think UFS is still tops.
I've got an announcement to make. We have decided to announce a winner, or just to from each session. So from each faculty, we are going to announce the winner of that specific session. And then afterwards, we will then go to first, second, third, and the most innovative presentation. So I want the session chairs, please come forward to announce your the winner of your specific session. Yeah, in the order of the program. So we are going to start.
Good afternoon. For humanities, it's Kamukel.
Is she getting something? No, they are not getting something. We are just acknowledging. Sorry, we are just acknowledging the piece.
Good afternoon, once more. I only have one presentation, so my students are going by virtual.
That took the effort to be here and to present today. Okay, for law, I also had one, and I think all of them are winners, even though they're not here. Yes. On the program is education and it's human. Yeah.
Afternoon again. Under the faculty of Nurse, it's Mahike Gillian.
And from Health Sciences is Physiotherapy.
Thank you so much to faculties. Now we're moving over to our winners as per panel deliberation. We'll start with the third place winner, which is, okay. All right. There is a mistake to be rectified. Let's just be patient. Okay. I got the message. Right. We'll give Esma just a minute. Thank you for understanding, please. Right, in this category we have the third place winner, the second place, and the real winner in one pot. So third place is from education. Chulu Kamamba, please come forward. Okay, second place goes to the nurse faculty for Mahike Kilio. Thank you, Nas. The best paper goes to Jomandi Jansen van Right, and also we're looking at the most innovative presentation. And this one goes to C. Mvakwendu. I know she was online. She is still online.
Can you please come?
Faculty is, which faculty is this?
This is the one.
Humanities. All right, we're going to ask all the winners to please come in front for a group picture. All the winners, please come forward. It comes with publicity. Now you are public figures. Yeah, our celebrities. Okay, thank you so much. Our winners might be seated. I'm going to hand over to Ms. Jeanette.
We just want to thank our panel for all your inputs, for your hard work, for everything that you've done today. We really, really do appreciate it. And will you please hand in each of us, Nadine? It's just to say thank you for everything. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I think you can come forward.
Thank you to our judges. Can you please come forward?
You're not the Daniel the movie. Thank
Lastly, we want to we've got a message, a new message, a fresh message that says all the winners, if they can just pop outside for a group photo. This is from our marketing office. As we proceed, we want to hand over the roving trophy. This goes to the faculty that had the most abstract submissions. Last year, I know it was humanities, and the other years and forever. But this year there is a slight change. You want to announce, Mr. Mike?
Yeah, I just want to say the most submissions means not that the submissions that were on the program, but the number of submissions that were done prior to this, where we chose the best assignments from the so. The number of assignments the highest number of assignments that came were from the health sciences. So all the health sciences. And a representative from the faculty, from two. Sure. So you can accept it on behalf of the health sciences. So I just want to encourage all the academics. So if you want to win, please send us more assignments next year. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Have a good evening. You've been a good audience. Thank you, colleagues. Have a good evening and safe travels.